So, yeah, this happened a few years back, and even now, just thinking about it makes the hair on my arm stand up. I have told bits and pieces of it to a few people, mostly in hushed tones around a different kind of campfire, the safe kind, the kind you know will eventually die out. But no one ever really gets it. They nod, they shiver, but they do not feel it. They did not see what we saw. They did not hear what we heard. It was supposed to be a regular hiking trip, an annual thing my buddies and I did. There was Mark, the sensible one, always checking his maps and packing extra everything. Sarah, my girlfriend at the time, who loved the outdoors, but was usually the first to suggest turning back if things got too rough. And Ben, the wild card, always cracking jokes, always pushing us a little further than we probably should have gone. Me, I was somewhere in the middle. I loved the adventure, the fresh air, the feeling of being disconnected, but I also respected the wilderness. Or, at least, I thought I did. This particular year, we decided to tackle the Blackwood Forest. It was not exactly famous, not like Yosemite or anything, but it had a reputation among local hikers for being incredibly dense, remote, and beautiful. There were also whispers, the kind you hear in old dive bars or from grizzled park rangers, about people getting lost, about strange occurrences. Nothing concrete, just vague, unsettling tales. We, being young and full of ourselves, mostly laughed them off. Haunted forest. Ben had scoffed, more like poorly marked trails forest. We started our trek on a bright, crisp autumn morning. The air was cool, smelling of pine and damp earth. The leaves were just starting to turn, a riot of reds and golds against the deep green of the evergreens. It was perfect. For the first day, everything was textbook. We hiked, we joked, we ate our trail mix, and we set up camp by a clear stream, enjoying the stars. Mark even managed to get a faint signal for a few minutes to check the weather, which was supposed to hold. Day 2, we decided to go a bit off the beaten path. Mark had found an old, faded trail marker on his map, leading to a supposedly stunning overlook. It was a detour, but we had plenty of time. The trail quickly became less maintained, the trees growing closer, their branches intertwining overhead, turning the path into a dim tunnel. The sounds of the forest changed to less birdsong, more rustling leaves, and the distant, unsettling creak of ancient trees. The air grew heavier, colder, even though the sun was still high. My phone, along with everyone else's, had long since lost any signal. We pushed on, fueled by Ben's relentless optimism and the promise of a view. But the view never came. Instead, after what felt like hours of navigating increasingly dense undergrowth, we stumbled into a small clearing. And that is when we saw it. Right in the center of the clearing, surrounded by a ring of dark, moss-covered stones, was a campfire. It was not just embers. It was a small, steady flame, flickering merrily, sending up a thin wisp of smoke that disappeared into the canopy above. The wood was mostly ash, but new, unburnt logs had been carefully arranged, as if someone had just stepped away to gather more kindling. We all stopped dead. "Well, look at that," Ben said, his voice a little too loud, breaking the sudden, heavy silence. Someone's already claimed our spot. But it was not a campsite. There was no tent, no backpacks, no sleeping bags. No discarded food wrappers, no water bottles, nothing to indicate anyone had been there or was planning to return. Just the fire, burning. That is weird. Sarah whispered, her brow furrowed. Who leaves a fire unattended like that? Mark, ever the practical one, was already scanning the perimeter. It is irresponsible, dangerous. We need to put it out. He took a few steps towards it, his eyes sweeping the tree-line. "Hello? Anyone here?" His voice echoed, flat and hollow. We waited. Nothing. Just the crackle of the fire. I walked closer, drawn by the warmth. The flames were small, but they gave off an intense heat, almost too much for the mild autumn air. The logs, what little was left of them, were burning with a strange, almost bluish tint in the very heart of the flame. It smelled like regular wood smoke, but underneath there was something else, something metallic, like burnt copper, or maybe just my imagination playing tricks. No one, Mark confirmed, returning to us. No footprints leading away either. Just forest floor. That was the first red flag, the one that should have had us turning around right then and there. This clearing was untouched. The ground was covered in a thick layer of pine needles and damp leaves, but there were no distinct boot prints, no trampled grass, nothing to suggest a human presence beyond the fire itself. It was as if the fire had simply appeared. Maybe they went for a walk. Ben offered, but even he sounded less confident, and left their fire burning like this. Sarah countered, "No one does that. Not out here." Mark crouched down, examining the fire. It has been burning for a while. Look at the ash. But it is also not dying down. It is sustaining itself. He reached out a hand, hesitating, then pulled it back. The heat is intense. We stood there for a long time, just staring at the fire. The sun was starting to dip below the canopy, casting long, distorted shadows that danced around the clearing. The air was growing colder, but the fire continued to burn with unwavering intensity. It was unsettling. It was wrong. We should put it out, Mark finally said, pulling out his collapsible shovel. He scooped up some damp earth and tossed it onto the flames. The dirt hissed and smoked, but the fire merely flickered, then burned just as brightly as before, as if shrugging off the attempt. He tried again and again, piling more and more dirt and wet leaves onto the glowing logs. The fire stubbornly refused to be extinguished. It just kept burning, the small flames licking at the damp earth, drying it out, then consuming it. Ben, trying to lighten the mood, took a swig from his water bottle. Well, that is one persistent blaze. Maybe it is some kind of magical fire, fueled by the souls of lost hikers. He laughed, but it sounded forced, and none of us joined in. As dusk deepened, a heavy silence settled over the clearing. The forest, which had been alive with the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves earlier, now seemed utterly still, holding its breath. The only sound was the insistent crackle of the fire. "We can't leave it," Mark said, frustrated. "But we can't put it out either." Sarah shivered, pulling her jacket tighter. "It is getting dark. We are way off our planned route. We need to set up camp." The unspoken question hung heavy in the airware. Pushing on in the growing darkness, deeper into this eerie forest, felt like a terrible idea. But setting up camp next to the unkillable, abandoned fire felt even worse. "We will stay here," I heard myself say, surprising even myself. "At least it is light and warm." The truth was, the fire, for all its strangeness, was also a beacon. The thought of plunging into the absolute blackness of the forest without it was terrifying. It was a strange comfort and a source of dread all at once. We reluctantly agreed. We pitched our tents a good distance from the fire, but still close enough that its light reached us, painting our tent fabric with dancing shadows. The air grew colder, but the fire seemed to radiate heat far beyond its size, creating an odd pocket of warmth in the otherwise frigid clearing. We ate our dehydrated meals in near silence, our eyes constantly drawn to the flickering flames. As full darkness descended, the forest transformed. The trees became hulking, indistinct shapes, their branches like grasping claws against the faint starlight that pierced the canopy. The silence was no longer just heavy, it was absolute, oppressive. It felt like the forest itself was holding its breath, listening. The fire, however, remained vibrant, a pulsing heart of light in the encroaching gloom. Its flames seemed to grow taller, casting longer, more grotesque shadows that writhed and twisted like unseen entities just beyond the edge of our vision. It felt like it was watching us. "Did you guys hear that?" Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible above the crackle of the fire. We all froze. Hear what? Ben asked, trying to sound nonchalant, but I could hear the tremor in his voice. A whisper, she said, her eyes wide, darting into the darkness. Sounded like someone calling my name. We listened. For a long moment, there was nothing but the fire. Then, faint, almost imperceptible, a soft, drawn-out sound drifted from the tree-line. It was like the wind, but it carried a faint, melodic quality. And it did sound like a voice. Sarah, it seemed to say. Just her name, soft, almost inviting. My blood ran cold. I looked at Mark, his face pale in the firelight. Ben, usually so quick with a joke, was frozen, his mouth slightly agape. It is just the wind. Mark tried, but his voice lacked conviction. The wind does not whisper names. Sarah retorted, her voice trembling. Then, clearer this time, from a different direction, came another whisper. Mark. Mark flinched, his head snapping towards a sound. It was distinct. It was his name. We huddled closer, our eyes wide, scanning the darkness. The fire seemed to flare in response, its flames dancing higher, the shadows around us deepening, growing more menacing. It is messing with us, I said, trying to sound brave, but my heart was pounding against my ribs. Some kind of echo, maybe, or just our minds playing tricks. But then it happened again. Ben. A low, guttural murmur, almost a growl, from the deepest part of the forest. It sounded like it was right behind him. Ben let out a choked cry, scrambling backward until he bumped into me. That is not the wind, he gasped, his eyes fixed on the darkness. That is something else. The voices started coming more frequently, then overlapping, intertwining. They were not just whispers anymore. They were soft calls, seductive murmurs, sometimes a mournful wail, always our names. Alex, Sarah, Mark, Ben. Sometimes they sounded like distorted versions of our own voices, sometimes like strangers, sometimes like someone we knew, someone we missed. Mom. Sarah whispered once, her hand flying to her mouth. Did you hear that? It sounded like my mom. I had not heard it, but the fear in her eyes was real. The voices were targeting us, using whatever they could to lure us, to unsettle us. Mark, ever the pragmatist, grabbed his shovel again. We need to put this fire out. Now, it is connected to this. I know it. He lunged at the fire, shoveling dirt, pouring water from his canteen onto the flames. But it was useless. The water hissed and evaporated instantly. The dirt seemed to fuel it, making it burn brighter, hotter. The flames actually grew in size, reaching higher, casting a monstrous, flickering light across the clearing. The heat became unbearable, pushing us back. It won't go out, Mark yelled, his face streaked with sweat and dirt, his eyes wild with a growing terror. It just burns. As he screamed, the voices in the darkness intensified. They were no longer just calling our names. They were whispering fragments of sentences, disjointed words, secrets we had not spoken aloud in years. Alex, remember the old treehouse, under the elm. Sarah, your grandmother's locket, lost in the lake. Ben, the dog. It was your fault. Mark, the promotion. You stole it. They were digging into our minds, finding our vulnerabilities, our guilts, our fears. My stomach twisted with a cold dread. How could it know? How could anything know these things? The fire, meanwhile, pulsed with an almost malevolent energy. The shadows it cast became more defined, more solid. I started seeing shapes in them, gaunt figures, twisted faces, fleeting glimpses of what looked like skeletal hands reaching out from the edges of the clearing. Do not listen to it, I shouted, trying to cover my ears, but the voices were inside my head now, a chorus of whispers that echoed my deepest anxieties. It is not real. Ben whimpered, clutching his head. It is not real. But it was real. The cold that settled into our bones, the oppressive weight in the air, the smell of burnt copper that now permeated everything. And the fire. The damn fire that would not die. Sarah, her face pale and tear-streaked, pointed a trembling finger towards the treeline. Did you see that? Something moved. A shadow. It detached from the trees. We all looked. For a moment, nothing. Then a distinct rustle, not of wind, but of something heavy moving through the undergrowth, just beyond the fire's reach. The shadows stretched and recoiled, as if alive, dancing to an unseen rhythm. Stay together, Mark bellowed, pulling out his hunting knife, though I knew it would be useless against whatever this was. His hand trembled, the blade reflecting the dancing firelight. The voices grew louder, more insistent. They started to mimic each other, creating a cacophony of distorted names and whispers. It was like being surrounded by 1,000 invisible mouths, each trying to lure us, to break us. Come closer. Alex, we are waiting. Just a little closer. Sarah, it is warm here. Do not be afraid. Mark, we just want to talk. Ben, you are so tired. Rest with us. I felt an almost overwhelming urge to walk towards the treeline, to find the source of the voices, to make them stop. It was a primal, desperate curiosity, a need for answers that warred with the absolute terror gripping me. But something held me back, the sheer, unholy wrongness of it all. The fire began to behave even more erratically. Flames shot up, then died down to an intense, blue-white glow, then flared again, as if breathing. In the deepest part of the flames, I started to see things, fleeting images, like photographs flashing in quick succession. A blurred face, a pair of ancient, unblinking eyes, a gnarled hand reaching out. They were gone as soon as I registered them, replaced by the normal dance of the fire. But I knew what I saw. It is showing us things. I muttered, my voice hoarse. It is trying to get into our heads. Ben suddenly let out a piercing scream. He was pointing frantically towards the edge of the clearing, his eyes wide with terror. Look, behind the trees. It is watching us. We all turned. For a split second, I saw it too. A tall, impossibly thin figure, silhouetted against the darkness, its head tilted at an unnatural angle. It was not moving, just standing there, observing us. It seemed to absorb the light from the fire, becoming an even darker void against the blackness of the forest. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it was gone, dissolving back into the shadows. Sarah collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Mark tried to comfort her, but his own face was a mask of pure terror. We were trapped. The fire was an impassable barrier, its heat and light a cage, and the darkness beyond was filled with unseen horrors. The voices now took on a more menacing tone. They were not just calling our names, they were taunting us, laughing at our fear. They started to mimic our voices, mocking our pleas, our cries for help. I heard my own voice, twisted and guttural, whispering, "There is no escape. Alex, you are ours now." Paranoia set in. I looked at Mark, then at Ben, then at Sarah. Were they real? Or were they just illusions, conjured by the fire, by the things in the darkness? Could the voices be coming from one of them? The thought was horrific, but in that moment of pure terror, anything seemed possible. The air grew heavy, thick with the smell of smoke and something else, something sickly sweet, like decaying flowers, mixed with that metallic tang. It pressed down on us, making it hard to breathe. The cold was unbearable now, a bone-deep chill that no amount of firelight could dispel. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my head, like an ice pick driving into my skull. The whispers surged, becoming a deafening roar, a chaotic symphony of names, accusations, and promises. My vision blurred. The fire was no longer just a fire, it was a swirling vortex of light and shadow, pulling at my very being. I felt myself swaying, my knees threatening to buckle. Mark was shouting something, but his words were lost in the din. Sarah was still sobbing, curled into a ball. Ben was rocking back and forth, muttering to himself. We were breaking. Then, through the chaos, a single, clear voice cut through the noise. It was my name, spoken by Sarah, but it was not Sarah's voice. It was deeper, more resonant, filled with an ancient, chilling power. Alex, it boomed, not a whisper, but a command that vibrated through my bones. Come to us. The fire welcomes you. I felt an irresistible pull, a magnetic force drawing me toward the flames. My feet started to move, slow, deliberate steps, against my will. My mind screamed at me to stop, to fight, but my body was no longer my own. I could see the heat shimmering, the blue core of the flame beckoning. Just as I took another step, a hand grabbed my arm, yanking me back with surprising force. It was Mark. His eyes were bloodshot, but there was a flicker of desperate determination in them. No, he roared, his voice raw. Do not go. Do not look at it. He pulled me back, away from the mesmerizing glow. The voices shrieked in frustration, a chorus of anger that made my ears ring. The fire flared, sending sparks showering into the clearing, each spark like a tiny, burning eye. We huddled together, a desperate knot of humanity against an ancient, malevolent force. The night stretched on, an eternity of terror. The voices did not stop. The fire did not die. We could not sleep, could not rest, could not even close our eyes without seeing the twisted faces in the flames, hearing the whispers in our minds. At some point, Ben started to sing a childish nursery rhyme over and over, his voice cracking and breaking. It was a desperate attempt to drown out the other voices, to cling to some semblance of sanity. Sarah was unresponsive, her eyes wide and vacant, staring at the fire. Mark held his knife, his knuckles white, watching the trilling, his head constantly swiveling as if expecting something to emerge. I do not know when it happened, but at some point a thick, unnatural fog rolled into the clearing, not from the ground, but from the trees themselves. It was cold, clinging, and smelled of damp earth and something sweet, sickly. The fire, which had been our only source of light, began to dim, not because it was dying, but because the fog was so dense, so opaque. It was like being swallowed whole. The voices became muffled, distorted, like they were speaking through a thick wall of cotton. The shapes and the shadows became even less distinct, more ethereal. I felt a profound sense of exhaustion, a weariness that went beyond physical fatigue. It was as if my very soul was being drained. I must have passed out then, or perhaps I simply faded into a state of semi-consciousness, my mind unable to process any more horror. The last thing I remembered was the unyielding glow of the fire, fighting against the encroaching fog, and the faint, distant echo of Ben's nursery rhyme, growing weaker and weaker. When I woke up, the sun was shining. It was a weak, watery sunlight, filtering through the still dense canopy, but it was light. The fog was gone. The air was crisp, cold, and silent. Utterly, completely silent. No birdsong, no rustling leaves, no distant crackle of a campfire. I was lying on my back, my head throbbing, my body aching as if I had been beaten. I sat up slowly, my muscles screaming in protest. My backpack was still next to me. My tent was still pitched. But I was not in the clearing. I was in a different part of the forest, a good 100 yards away, maybe more. I had no memory of moving. No memory of Mark, Sarah, or Ben. Panic seized me. I scrambled to my feet, yelling their names. Mark, Sarah, Ben. My voice sounded thin, reedy, swallowed by the vast, silent woods. I ran back the way I thought we would come, pushing through the undergrowth, my heart hammering. After what felt like an eternity, I stumbled back into the clearing. It was empty. No tents, no backpacks, no Mark, no Sarah, no Ben, and no campfire. The ring of stones was still, there, blackened and cold. The ground inside the ring was scorched, a circle of dark earth where the fire had burned. But there was no ash, no burnt logs, no lingering heat. It was as if the fire had never existed, or had simply vanished. I stood there, trembling, my mind reeling. Had it all been a dream? A hallucination brought on by exhaustion and fear? But the cold dread in my stomach, the lingering metallic taste in my mouth, the phantom whispers in the back of my mind, they were too real. I spent the next few hours frantically searching the clearing and the surrounding woods, calling their names until my throat was raw. I found nothing. No trace. No footprints, no discarded gear, nothing. It was as if they and the fire had simply disappeared into thin air. Eventually, disoriented and terrified, I tried to find my way back to the main trail. It took me another day and a half, stumbling through the same silent, oppressive forest, before I finally stumbled onto a logging road and was picked up by a passing truck. The authorities launched a search. They found our car at the trailhead. They found my backpack with my ID and supplies. But they found no trace of Mark, Sarah, or Ben. No trace of a campsite or a clearing with a strange fire. The park rangers, the police, they all looked at me with pity, with suspicion. They asked me to recount my story again and again, their eyes scanning my face for signs of madness or guilt. I told them about the fire, about the voices, about the figure in the shadows. They wrote it all down, their faces impassive. They classified my friends as missing persons, presumed lost to the wilderness. But I know what happened. I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know that the fire was not just a fire. It was a lure, a trap, an ancient, hungry thing that waited in the heart of that forest. It called to us, fed on our fear, and eventually it took them. Sometimes, when I am alone at night, I still hear the whispers. Not just my name, but there's two. Mark, Sarah, Ben. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see the blue-white core of that flame, burning with an unholy intensity. I never go camping anymore. I can't even look at a campfire without a cold sweat breaking out. Because I know, deep down, somewhere in the heart of the Blackwood Forest, that fire is still burning. And it is waiting for its next visitors. And I know, with an absolute certainty that chills me to my core, that it will never go out. Not ever. I remember the day starting out so perfect, almost idyllic. It was late October, and I would decided to take a solo hiking trip up to the old trails near the Whispering Pines National Forest. I would been meaning to explore some of the lesser-known routes, the ones that were not marked on every tourist map, for a while now. I am an amateur photographer, mostly landscapes, and the autumn colors up there are legendary. The air was crisp, the sky a brilliant, cloudless blue, and the leaves were a riot of fiery reds, oranges, and deep golds. You know, the kind of day that just makes you feel alive. I parked my old Ford Explorer at a small, gravel turnout that barely qualified as a parking lot, pulling on my worn hiking boots and slinging my camera bag over my shoulder. My backpack, containing a few water bottles, some energy bars, a first aid kit, and a compass. You know, the essentials felt comfortably heavy. I even had my phone fully charged, though I knew service would be spotty at best once I got deeper in. But I was not worried. I would been hiking since I was a kid, knew my way around the woods, and had a pretty good sense of direction. What could go wrong on a beautiful autumn day? The trail I chose was an old logging path, overgrown in places, but still discernible. It promised a scenic overlook about 5 miles in, a perfect spot to capture the panoramic view of the valley ablaze with fall foliage. The initial stretch was exactly what I would hoped for, dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy, the crunch of leaves underfoot, the clean scent of pine and damp earth. It was peaceful, almost meditative. I stopped a few times to snap some photos, a particularly vibrant maple, a patch of moss-covered rocks, a curious squirrel darting up a tree. Time seemed to melt away. I must have been about 3 miles in when I first noticed a change. It was not dramatic, not at first. just a subtle shift in the air, a slight drop in temperature, and a faint, almost imperceptible haziness in the distance. I glanced up, expecting to see clouds rolling in, but the sky above was still that same brilliant blue. It was odd, but I shrugged it off, thinking maybe it was just a localized weather phenomenon, or perhaps the humidity was rising. I kept walking, eager to reach that overlook before the light changed too much. But the haziness grew. It was not like a normal fog that gradually drifts in. This felt different. It seemed to be rising from the ground, or perhaps materializing out of the very trees themselves. Within minutes, what had been a faint mist became a palpable shroud. The vibrant colors of the forest began to dull, muted by the encroaching gray. The air grew heavy, damp, and strangely still. The cheerful chirping of birds, which had been my constant companion, faded into an unsettling silence. The only sound was the soft rustle of my own clothes and the crunch of leaves beneath my boots. I checked my watch. It was just past noon. Too early for evening fog, especially on such a clear day. A prickle of unease started to crawl up my spine. This was not natural. I pulled out my phone, no signal, as expected. I took out my compass. It spun wildly for a moment before settling, pointing north. Okay, still working. I tried to reassure myself. It is just fog. Alex, I muttered aloud, my voice sounding strangely flat in the sudden quiet. You have hiked in fog before, but I had not hiked in this kind of fog. Within a quarter of an hour, visibility dropped to less than 50 feet. The trees around me became indistinct silhouettes, their edges blurred and softened. The path, which had been so clear just moments before, began to dissolve into the swirling gray. I slowed my pace, extending a hand to feel for the trunks of trees, trying to stay oriented. Panic was starting to bubble in my chest, a cold, unwelcome sensation. I tried to remember the turns I would take in, the landmarks I would pass. Was that gnarled oak tree still behind me? Or had I already passed it again? The fog swallowed everything. It was not just a mist, it was a living, breathing entity, dense and suffocating. It clung to my clothes, beaded on my eyelashes, and filled my lungs with its damp, earthy smell. I could barely see my own feet. The light, which had been so bright, was now a uniform, oppressive glow, making it impossible to tell where the sun was, or even if it was still there. I felt like I was walking inside a cloud, a world reduced to a few feet of blurry perception. That is when I saw the first shadow. It was just a flicker, really. A movement at the very edge of my peripheral vision, about 20 feet ahead and to my left. It was indistinct, a darker smudge against the already dim gray. I stopped dead, my heart hammering. Hello. I called out, my voice cracking slightly. No answer. Only the oppressive silence of the fog, which seemed to absorb all sound. I strained my eyes, but there was nothing. Just the swirling mist. Must be an animal. I told myself, trying to sound convincing. A deer, maybe. Or a coyote. This was their territory, after all. But even as I thought it, a cold certainty settled in my gut. It had not moved like an animal. It had been too fluid, too tall. I started walking again, slower this time, my senses on high alert. Every rustle of leaves, every drip of moisture from the branches sent a jolt through me. The path, if it even still existed, was completely gone. I was just walking through a featureless expanse of trees and fog. I decided to try and keep walking in a straight line, using my compass, hoping to eventually hit a road or another, clearer trail. Then I saw it again, this time closer. It was definitely a shadow, a tall, slender form, darker than the fog around it. It moved with a strange, gliding motion, just beyond the reach of clear vision. It was perhaps 30 feet away, standing perfectly still behind a skeletal tree, its shape elongated and distorted by the mist. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. It was not an animal. It was too large, too human, yet not quite. The proportions seemed wrong, stretched and thin, like a stick figure drawn by a trembling hand. "Who is there?" I demanded, trying to project confidence I did not feel. My voice was shaky. The shadow did not respond. It simply stood there, watching. Or, at least, I felt like it was watching. I could not make out any features, just the dark, imposing outline. I waited, my muscles tensed, ready to run. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The shadow did not move. It was like a cutout, a flat piece of darkness against the gray. A terrifying thought began to form in my mind. What if it was not just a shadow? What if it was something in the shadow? My rational mind fought back. It is just the fog playing tricks on your eyes. "Alex, the light's weird. You are getting spooked." I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and counted to 10. When I opened them, the shadow was gone. A wave of relief washed over me, quickly followed by a fresh surge of terror. It had not just moved, it had vanished. Like smoke. This was not normal. None of this was normal. I decided to pick the pace, to move with purpose. I did not care about the overlook anymore. I just wanted out. I pushed through the damp undergrowth, trying to keep a straight line with my compass, but the terrain was becoming increasingly difficult. The ground was uneven, roots tripped me, and low-hanging branches snagged my clothes. Every few steps, I would glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see that dark, elongated shape reappear. And it did. This time, it was closer still. Not just one, but two. One to my left, one to my right, appearing through the fog like ink stains on wet paper. They were always just out of focus, always a little too far for me to make out any detail, but undeniably there. Tall, thin, motionless, watching. My heart was a drum in my chest, a frantic beat against the oppressive silence. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination, that the isolation and the unnerving fog were getting to me. But the feeling of being watched was too strong, too real. I could feel their presence, like an icy breath on the back of my neck, even when I could not see them. I started to run. It was a desperate, clumsy sprint through the featureless fog. My feet slipped on wet leaves, branches whipped at my face, but I did not care. I just needed to put distance between myself and those things. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached, until I stumbled and fell, scraping my hands on unseen rocks. Panting, I pushed myself up, my body trembling. I looked around, my vision swimming. The fog was still there, as thick and suffocating as ever. And then, I saw them. More of them. They were not just two anymore. They were everywhere. Dark, shadowy figures, standing silent and still, forming a loose circle around me. They were barely visible, just darker patches in the swirling gray, but I knew they were there. I could sense their reflecting gaze, an unseen weight pressing down on me. There must have been a dozen, maybe more, their impossibly thin forms blending with the blurred trunks of the trees. I whimpered, a small, pathetic sound that was immediately swallowed by the fog. My mind was reeling. This was not real. This could not be real. My rational brain was screaming, trying to find an explanation. Hallucinations. Carbon monoxide poisoning from some unseen source. But the fear was too visceral, too absolute. I spun around, trying to find a gap, an escape route. But wherever I looked, there they were. Silent sentinels, just beyond the veil of the mist. They did not move, did not make a sound. They just were. And that was the most terrifying thing of all. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my palms against them, trying to banish the images. "Go away," I whispered, then louder. "Go away. Leave me alone." When I opened my eyes, they were still there, unmoving, unblinking, if they even had eyes. A new kind of terror began to creep in, worse than the initial panic. It was the terror of hopelessness, of being utterly and completely trapped. The fog was not just a weather phenomenon, it was a prison, and these shadows were its silent, unmoving guards. I tried to walk again, slowly at first, then picking up speed. I pushed past one of the shadows, practically brushing against what felt like nothing, just cold, damp air. But the feeling of its presence was overwhelming. It was like walking through a wall of pure dread. As I moved, the circle of shadows seemed to shift with me, always maintaining their distance, always surrounding. I was not escaping them, I was simply moving within their perimeter. Hours passed, or maybe it was just minutes. Time lost all meaning in that featureless gray world. My legs were heavy, my throat was raw from thirst, and my mind felt like it was unraveling. I kept walking, driven by a primal instinct to survive, to find an end to this nightmare. But there was no end. Every direction I turned, every path I tried to forge, led me deeper into the same swirling, oppressive gray, always accompanied by the silent, watchful shadows. I tried calling out again, screaming this time, my voice raw and hoarse. Help! Is anyone there? My cries were swallowed by the fog, absorbed without an echo. It was like screaming into a pillow. The silence that followed was even more profound, more terrifying. At one point, I thought I heard something other than my own ragged breathing. A faint, distant sound, like a whisper. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a soft, sibilant hiss that was almost indistinguishable from the rustle of leaves or the drip of water. I stopped, straining my ears, hoping it was another hiker, a sign of civilization. But the sound was not a voice. It was too ethereal, too formless. It was like the fog itself was whispering. The shadows seemed to press in closer then, their outlines becoming sharper, more defined, for just a fleeting moment. I could almost make out a head, shoulders, long, impossibly thin limbs. They were still featureless, like voids, but their presence was undeniable, palpable. I felt a cold dread seep into my bones, a feeling of being utterly exposed and vulnerable. I stumbled upon a fallen log, its bark slick with moisture, and collapsed onto it, exhausted. My head spun. My body ached. I pulled out a water bottle, but my hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. The water was lukewarm, but it was a small comfort. As I drank, I stared out into the fog, my eyes burning. One of the shadows, the one directly in front of me, seemed to subtly shift. It was still standing, still motionless, but something about its posture changed. It leaned forward just slightly, as if observing me with intense curiosity. I felt a wave of nausea. It was not just watching me, it was studying me. I decided to try a different tactic. Instead of running, I would walk slowly, deliberately, trying to find anything that looked familiar. A distinctive tree, a rock formation, anything that could tell me I was not just walking in circles. I knew that was the most likely outcome in such dense fog, but the alternative that I was being herded was too terrifying to contemplate. I pushed myself up and started walking again, my compass clutched in my hand, trying to follow a consistent bearing. North, always north, but the forest seemed to twist and turn around me. The ground sloped unexpectedly, then leveled out. Trees appeared where I swore there were none before. Every 10 minutes, I would check the compass, and it would still point north, but the landscape around me never changed, yet always felt subtly different. It was a maddening paradox. The shadows kept pace. I could feel them, a constant, oppressive presence. Sometimes, if I turned my head sharply, I would catch a glimpse of one moving, a dark ripple in the gray, almost too fast to register. They were not just standing still anymore. They were actively following. My fear began to morph into something else, a deep, soul-crushing despair. I was lost, truly lost, in a place that did not want me, surrounded by things that were not natural. My phone was dead now, the battery finally giving up the ghost. The sun must have set, though the fog made it impossible to tell. The light, if you could even call it that, had dimmed to a deep, bruised purple gray. I stumbled into a small clearing, the ground covered in decaying leaves. In its center, there was a single gnarled tree, its branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. It was unlike any tree I would seen so far, ancient and twisted, almost menacing. I looked up at its branches, hoping to see a break in the fog, a glimpse of the sky, but there was only the endless gray. As I stood there, catching my breath, the shadows began to converge. They did not run, they did not rush. They simply glided slowly, deliberately, emerging from the fog on all sides. Their outlines seemed to sharpen, to gain a kind of terrifying solidity. I could feel the cold radiating from them, a chill that had nothing to do with the damp air. I backed away, pressing myself against the trunk of the gnarled tree. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst. This was it. This was where it ended. I was going to be another missing person, swallowed by the forest, a mystery for search and rescue teams that would never find me. One of the shadows, the tallest and thinnest of them, stopped directly in front of me, no more than 20 feet away. For the first time, it did not feel like an illusion, like a trick of the light. It felt real. Its form was like a tear in the fabric of reality, a deeper void within the fog. And then, I heard it again, the whisper. But this time, it was clearer, closer. It was not just a hiss, it was a voice. My voice. It spoke my name, Alex. It was soft, drawn out, and filled with a chilling emptiness. It was not a question, it was a statement, a recognition. It sounded exactly like my own internal monologue, the voice I used to reassure myself, to rationalize. But it was coming from that thing. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound of pure terror. I pushed away from the tree, my legs surprisingly finding strength, and bolted. I did not care where I was going, only that I had to get away from that voice, from those things. I ran blindly, crashing through undergrowth, tripping and scrambling, my camera bag bouncing painfully against my back. The whispers intensified, now coming from all directions, weaving in and out of each other, overlapping. They were not just saying my name anymore. They were saying things, fragmented words that seemed to dig into my deepest fears, my regrets, the things I tried to keep buried. Lost. Alone. No one will find you. Worthless. My mind was breaking. I covered my ears, but the whispers were inside my head now, echoing, amplifying. The shadows were right behind me. I could feel them. Their cold presence was like a physical touch, a suffocating weight. I could hear a faint, scraping sound, like dry leaves being dragged, following my every step. I ran until I could not run anymore. My legs gave out, and I collapsed face down into a pile of wet leaves, gasping for air. The whispers were all around me, a chorus of my own voice, mocking, condemning. I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing for oblivion. And then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, the whispers began to fade. The scraping sound stopped. The oppressive chill lessened. I lay there, trembling, too terrified to move, too exhausted to care. Slowly, cautiously, I lifted my head. The fog was still there, thick and impenetrable, but the shadows were gone. I pushed myself up, my body screaming in protest. I looked around, my vision blurry with tears and exhaustion. Nothing, just the endless gray, the blurred trees. Had it all been a hallucination? A terrifying breakdown in the middle of the woods. I stumbled forward, one foot in front of the other, no longer caring about direction, only about moving. I walked for what felt like hours, a zombie-like trance of despair and exhaustion. The fog remained a constant, unchanging shroud. Then a faint sound, different this time. Not a whisper, not a scrape. It was a distant, muffled hum. A car. I stopped, straining my ears. Yes, faint, but definitely a car. My heart leaped with a desperate surge of hope. I pushed through the fog, blindly heading toward the sound, calling out, my voice raw and broken. Hello? Is anyone there? Help. The hum grew louder, more distinct. It was the sound of an engine, a car idling. I pushed through a final thick curtain of mist, and suddenly, the fog thinned. It was still hazy, but I could see more than 10 feet in front of me. And there, through the dissipating gray, was a gravel road. And my Ford Explorer, parked right where I would left it. I stumbled out of the woods, collapsing onto the gravel. The air here was still cool, still a little damp, but the oppressive density of the fog was gone. It still clung to the edges of the forest, a lingering, unwelcome presence, but it had not swallowed the road. I crawled to my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I managed to unlock it, practically falling into the driver's seat. I slammed the door shut, locking it, and just sat there, gasping, staring wide-eyed at the forest line. The fog still hung there, a solid, unmoving wall. It looked like a living thing, a malevolent presence that had simply released me. And as I watched, convinced my mind was still playing tricks on me, I saw them. Just at the edge of the tree line, barely visible through the remaining mist, were the shadows. Dozens of them, standing perfectly still, lined up like silent sentinels, watching me. They were further away, now less distinct, but undeniably there. Tall, thin, darker than the gray. They did not move. They did not make a sound. They just watched. I started the engine, my hands gripping the steering wheel, so hard my knuckles were white. The car rumbled to life, a familiar, comforting sound. I slammed it into reverse, then into drive, peeling out of the parking spot, showering gravel behind me. I did not care about my camera, my backpack, anything I would left behind. I just wanted to get away. I drove away from that forest as fast as I dared, not looking back, the image of those silent, watching shadows burned into my mind. The fog seemed to dissipate behind me as I sped down the road, leaving the forest and its horrors behind. I made it home eventually, my body aching, my mind fractured. I looked like a wreck, scratched, bruised, covered in mud and leaves. My family was horrified, but I could not tell them what had really happened. How could I? They would not believe me. I barely believed me. Now, weeks later, the physical wounds have healed, but the mental ones, they are still raw. I have not been back to the woods since. I can't. Every time I see a thick fog rolling in, a cold dread washes over me, and I can almost feel that oppressive silence, hear those whispers, see those impossibly thin shadows moving in the mist. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know that sometimes the forest does not just swallow the path. Sometimes it swallows you, and it watches. It always watches. And I have a terrifying feeling that somewhere out there, in that endless gray, those shadows are still waiting. Waiting for the next traveler to get lost in the fog. You know that feeling, right? That deep, gut-wrenching dread that settles in your bones and refuses to leave. The one that tells you, unequivocally, that something fundamental has shifted in your world, and there is no going back. Yeah, that has been my constant companion ever since Whispering Pines. Weeks have turned into months, but it feels like yesterday. The crisp autumn air, the vibrant leaves, the sense of peace I used to find in nature, all of it is tainted now. Every rustle of leaves sounds like a whisper. Every shadow in my peripheral vision makes my heart leap into my throat. I see trees, and I do not see beauty anymore. I see eyes, watching, waiting. I have not been back to a forest, not even a park with a few scatter trees. The mere thought sends shivers down my spine, conjuring images of those tall, slender shadows, darker than the mist, moving with an unnatural grace. I still hear my name, Alex, whispered by my own voice, followed by that chorus of mocking, insidious sounds that peeled back layers of my sanity. My friends try to be supportive, but they do not get it. You had a panic attack. Alex, It was the fog, the isolation, your mind playing tricks. They tell me to get help, to talk to someone. I did. The therapist listened patiently as I recounted the story, her eyes holding that familiar mix of concern and skepticism. She prescribed meds for anxiety, suggested coping mechanisms. It helped dull the edges, I guess, but it did not erase the truth. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know, with a terrifying certainty, that it was real. I have become a recluse, my photography gear gathering dust. Landscape photography was my passion, my escape. Now, it is a cruel reminder of what I have lost. The world outside my apartment feels too large, too full of potential threats lurking just beyond the visible spectrum. Then the email came. A dream assignment, really. A prestigious nature magazine was doing a feature on untouched wilderness and wanted a specific set of photographs from Blackwood National Forest. Blackwood was not Whispering Pines. It was hundreds of miles away, a different ecosystem, different trees, different everything. It was supposed to be pristine, beautiful, and most importantly, safe. The pay was astronomical, enough to pull me out of the financial hole my self-imposed isolation had dug. I stared at the screen for hours, my finger hovering over the delete button. Every fiber of my being screamed no. Do not go back. Alex, do not tempt fate. But the other part, the rational part, the one that needed to pay rent and eat, argued. It is different. It is just a job. You can do this. After a week of sleepless nights and internal battles, I accepted. I told myself it was exposure therapy. I told myself it was just trees. I told myself a lot of lies, mostly to convince the terrified animal cowering inside me. The drive to Blackwood was agonizing. Every patch of dense woodland I passed sent my heart racing. I kept my eyes on the road, the radio blasting, anything to drown out the silence that always seemed to creep in, bringing with it the phantom whispers. Blackwood National Forest was objectively stunning. Towering pines, ancient oaks, a thick carpet of ferns and moss. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine needles and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, creating a breathtaking kaleidoscope of light and shadow. It was the kind of place I used to dream of photographing. Now, it just felt heavy, oppressive. Every tree seemed to stand a little too still, every shadow a little too deep. I pulled into the designated campsite, a small, isolated clearing meant for serious hikers and photographers. My Ford Explorer felt like a flimsy shield against the vast, silent wilderness surrounding me. I spent the first day setting up camp, forcing myself to go through the motions. Unpack the tent, lay out the sleeping bag, organize my gear. Each task was an effort, my senses hyper, alert, scanning the tree line, listening for anything out of place. The wind rustled the leaves, and I flinched. A squirrel chittered, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. This was going to be harder than I thought. The next morning, I forced myself to start working. I picked a path that led deeper into the forest, towards a ravine known for its dramatic rock formations and ancient trees. My camera felt heavy, in my hands, not with its usual comforting weight, but with a sense of impending doom. I walked slowly, deliberately, my eyes darting from side to side. The beauty was undeniable, but I could not appreciate it. My mind was a constant loop of what if, and not again. I kept reminding myself, this is not Whispering Pines. This is not Whispering Pines. About an hour in, I found a perfect spot. A massive, gnarled oak stood on the edge of the ravine, its roots clinging to the crumbling earth, its branches reaching out like ancient, weathered arms. The light was perfect, highlighting the texture of its bark, the vibrant moss growing on its trunk. This was the shot. I set up my tripod, adjusted the lens, and peered through the viewfinder. My hands trembled slightly, but I focused on the task, trying to lose myself in the technicalities of aperture and shutter speed. For a few precious minutes, The anxiety receded, replaced by the familiar concentration of a photographer at work. Then I heard it. It was faint at first, barely a sound above the gentle rustling of the leaves. A soft, airy murmur, like a sigh carried on the wind. I paused, my finger hovering over the shutter button. I pulled my eye from the viewfinder, listening. Nothing. Just the wind. See, Alex, just the wind. I told myself. I went back to my shot. A moment later, it came again, clearer this time. Not just a sigh, but a collection of sounds almost like voices. Very, very far away. Muffled, indistinct. My heart began to pound. No, not again. I tried to rationalize. Hikers. Other photographers. But I had not seen anyone all morning. The campsite was deserted, and the sound did not seem to be coming from any particular direction. It was just there, everywhere. I lowered my camera, my gaze sweeping the trees around me. They stood silent, majestic, unmoving, innocent. You are imagining things. Alex, it is your trauma playing tricks. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing pulse. I closed my eyes for a moment, then opened them, forcing myself to look at the trees again. They were just trees. Would leaves bark? Nothing more. But the murmuring started again, a little louder. It was not a coherent sound, more like a collective hum, a low thrum of many, many voices speaking simultaneously, just beyond the edge of audibility. It was like standing in a crowded room, hearing snippets of conversations, but unable to make out any individual word. I stood there, frozen, my blood running cold. This was not wind. This was not my imagination. This was real. The air around me seemed to grow heavy, the sunlight fading slightly, even though the sky was clear. Then a word. Just one. Faint but undeniable. Lost. My breath hitched. I took a step back, my eyes wide. It was not my name this time, but the implication was clear. Lost. Like I was in whispering pines. The murmuring intensified, swirling around me, a vortex of sound that seemed to originate from the very trunks and branches of the trees. It was no longer just a hum, it was a chorus, a cacophony of whispers distorted and layered, like 1,000 voices speaking through a single ancient throat. I could feel a prickle on my skin, the hairs on my arms standing on end. My mind screamed at me to run, but my feet felt rooted to the spot, compelled to listen. And then the words became clearer. Not all of them, not at once, but fragments, snippets, like pieces of a puzzle being whispered into my ears from every direction. He comes again. So afraid. Little Alex. My stomach clenched. Little Alex. That was what my grandmother used to call me when I was a child. A detail too specific, too personal, to be a coincidence. I stumbled back another step, my camera forgotten. My head snapped around, trying to pinpoint a source, but the sound was everywhere. It was coming from the ancient oak in front of me, from the pines to my left, from the maples behind me. It was the forest itself speaking. Remember the dark under your bed. Alex, a voice thin and reedy, seemed to hiss from a cluster of ferns. My blood ran cold. That was my deepest childhood fear, one I would never told anyone. I used to be terrified of the space under my bed, convinced something lived there. Another voice, deeper, rustled from the leaves above me. She never knew, did she? Your first crush. How you used to watch her from your window. My face flushed, a wave of adolescent embarrassment washing over me, quickly followed by pure terror. How could they know that? That was a secret buried so deep. I would almost forgotten it myself. The whispers grew louder, bolder, more confident. They were no longer just murmurs, they were distinct, individual voices, yet all speaking at once, weaving a tapestry of my past, my fears, my regrets. The broken vase was not the cat's fault, was it? Alex, you blamed the cat. This time. It was a child's voice, accusatory, echoing from the trunk of a nearby birch. I felt a surge of shame. I was 6 years old. My mom's favorite vase. I would lied, told her the cat knocked it over. She would never known. You froze when she needed you most. When the car skidded, you froze. The words hit me like a physical blow. It was about Sarah, my ex-girlfriend. We would been in a minor accident years ago. The car had hydroplaned, spun out. I would panicked, frozen at the wheel for a split second before regaining control. She would been shaken but fine, but she would seen my fear, my inaction. We broke up a few months later. I would always carry that guilt, that failure. Now, the trees were throwing it back at me. Panic began to bubble up, hot and acrid in my throat. This was worse than whispering pines. The air, the shadows had just mocked my fears. Here, the trees were excavating my soul, dredging up every secret, every mistake, every hidden shame. The air grew heavy, thick with an unnatural chill. The sunlight, once dappled and warm, now felt cold, alien. The trees around me seemed to lean in, their branches stretching, swaying, not with the wind, but with an eerie, deliberate motion. Their gnarled trunks seemed to twist, their bark forming grotesque, watchful faces. We saw you run, Alex, in the mist. We saw your fear. A chorus of voices, like dry leaves rattling, echoed the words. This connected it. This was not just a forest. This was the forest, or something connected to it. The same entity, the same consciousness that had haunted Whispering Pines. It had found me, or perhaps it had always been there, waiting, watching, knowing. My mind was unraveling. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. My breath hitched in my throat, my chest constricting. I could feel tears streaming down my face, hot and stinging. You think you are safe here. You think you can escape us. The whispers became a roar in my head, a deafening symphony of condemnation. We are everywhere. Alex, we know everything. We are the earth, the roots, the leaves. We remember. I stumbled backward again, tripping over a root, falling hard onto the damp earth. The impact jarred me, but the pain was a distant thing compared to the terror consuming me. I scrambled to my feet, my legs shaking uncontrollably. I had to run. I had to get out. I turned and fled, abandoning my camera, my tripod, everything. I ran blindly, crashing through undergrowth, thorns tearing at my clothes and skin. But the whispers followed. They were no longer just coming from the trees, they were inside my head, echoing my every thought, twisting them into self-loathing. Run, little Alex. Run from yourself. You can't hide from us. We know your heart. Weak. So weak. The forest became a blur of green and brown, the path vanishing beneath my frantic feet. Every tree I passed seemed to reach out, its branches like skeletal fingers grasping at me. I could feel their presence, cold and ancient, pressing in from all sides. The sounds of my own ragged breathing and pounding heart were drowned out by the relentless chorus of voices. She never loved you. Alex. Not really. A woman's voice, laced with cruel pity, pierced through the din. It was about my mother, who died when I was young. A deeply buried insecurity that I was never quite enough for her, that she left too soon because of some failing of mine. It was a secret I would never even admit it to myself. This was it. They were not just revealing secrets, they were creating new ones, planting new seeds of doubt and fear. They were trying to break me, to consume me. I pushed harder, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. I just needed to see the sun, to find a clearing, to escape this living nightmare. Then a new set of whispers emerged, chilling me to the bone. He does not want to be like them. The shadows. From the mist. Join us. Alex. Be one with the forest. We know everything, and we offer peace. The whispers were offering me a choice: to become one of them, one of the shadows, the lost souls absorbed by the forest, their secrets and fears becoming part of its vast, malevolent consciousness. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The shadows in whispering pines, the ones that looked human-like but distorted, they were the victims. They were the ones who had listened too long, who had been broken by the whispers, their identities stripped away, their essence absorbed. And the trees wanted me. A cold, creeping sensation began to spread from my feet, slowly climbing up my legs. It felt like roots, tendrils, trying to anchor me to the earth, to pull me down. I could feel the forest trying to claim me, to make me a part of its eternal, whispering horror. No, not me. I would not become a shadow. I would not become a whisper. With a primal scream that tore from my throat, I pushed through a thicket of thorny bushes, ignoring the pain. I could see a faint glimmer of brighter light ahead. The edge of the forest. My car. I burst out of the tree line, stumbling onto the gravel path of the campsite. My Ford Explorer sat there, a beacon of civilization, a promise of escape. I did not hesitate. I ripped open the door, dove inside, and fumbled with the keys. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely get the key into the ignition. The engine roared too, life a beautiful, comforting sound. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and sped away, not daring to look back. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs, my breath coming in ragged gasps. As I swerved onto the main road, I risked a glance in my rearview mirror. The tree line of Blackwood National Forest stretched out, dark and imposing. I could not see anything specific, no shadows, no movement. But I felt them. I felt the thousands of eyes, the ancient consciousness, watching me leave. And I swore just for a second. I heard a faint, collective sigh, like a disappointed exhalation of a million leaves. I drove for hours, not stopping until I was hundreds of miles away, until the sun had set and the world outside my car windows was just a blur of highway lights. My body ached, my clothes were torn, and my mind felt like a shattered mirror. I made it home, but I did not escape. The trauma is amplified now, layered with a new, even more terrifying understanding. The forests are not just forests. They are sentient. They are malevolent. And they know everything. I have not told anyone about Blackwood. How could I? I can barely string a coherent sentence together about it. My friends think I am just getting worse, retreating further into my post-traumatic stress. They do not understand that the world itself has changed for me. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is silent, I hear it, a faint rustle of leaves that is not there, a soft, airy murmur just beyond the edge of hearing. And sometimes, when I am alone, I hear my name, Alex, whispered not by my own voice this time, but by 1,000 ancient, knowing voices, all speaking at once, just for me. I keep the curtains drawn. I avoid parks. I can't even look at a houseplant without a prickle of fear. The world is full of trees, and I know now that they are all connected. They are all listening, and they are all waiting. Waiting for the next lost traveler. Waiting for me to falter. Waiting for me to come back. Because they know my secrets. And they know, deep down, I am still afraid. And I always will be. I have always been a creature of the woods. My name's Ethan, and for as long as I can remember, the forest has been my sanctuary, my second home. I am a hunter, not just for sport, but because there is a primal satisfaction in tracking, in understanding the rhythms of the wild. I know the silent language of the pines, the rustle of leaves that signals a deer, the snap of a twig that betrays a squirrel. I have spent countless nights under a canopy of stars, wrapped in a sleeping bag, feeling more at peace than I ever did in a bed. The solitude, the quiet, the raw, untamed beauty, it has always been a comfort to me. Or at least it used to be. This particular trip was different. I was after a legend, a buck they called Old Man Winter. He was a ghost, a massive 12-pointer with antlers like gnarled branches, known for his cunning and his ability to vanish into thin air. I would been tracking him for 3 seasons, and this year, I had a good feeling. The early autumn chill had settled deep, painting the leaves in fiery reds and oranges, and the air was crisp, perfect for tracking. I would set up a remote camp deep in the Blackwood National Forest, not the Blackwood from the previous story, just a common name for many forests, this one far to the north, miles from any paved road. I was off the grid, just me, my rifle, and the vast, silent wilderness. I spent 3 days deep in the forest, following faint tracks, reading the signs of his passage. Old Man Winter was a master of evasion, but I was patient. On the 4th day, a biting wind picked up, carrying with it the scent of an approaching storm. The sky, which had been a brilliant blue, began to bruise with heavy, gray clouds. I knew I needed to find substantial shelter. My small tent would not hold up against what was coming. I was miles from my truck, and the thought of being caught in a whiteout or even just a torrential downpour did not sit well. I pushed deeper, hoping to find an overhang, a rock, cavee, anything. That is when I saw it. Tucked away in a hollow, almost swallowed by the dense undergrowth and a cluster of ancient, towering spruces, stood a cabin. It was an unexpected sight, to say the least. I would studied the topographical maps of this region for years, knew every ridge, every creek, every abandoned logging trail. There was no cabin marked anywhere. My first thought was that it must be an old trapper's shack, long forgotten. But as I got closer, a strange feeling settled over me. It was not just old, it felt out of place. The cabin was small, built of rough-hewn logs, clearly hand-built. The roof was sagging in places, covered in a thick layer of moss, and the single window, facing west, was dark and empty, like an eye socket. No smoke curled from the stone chimney. No axe lay split beside a woodpile. No tracks marred the carpet of fallen leaves leading up to the warped wooden door. It looked like it had been standing there for a century, utterly untouched by human hands for decades. An eerie stillness hung around it, a silence deeper than the surrounding forest. Even the wind, which had been whipping through the trees just moments before, seemed to soften as I approached. My hunter's instinct, the one that usually kept me safe, screamed at me to turn around. Something about it was wrong. Too quiet, too isolated. But the practical side of my brain, the one that felt the chill seeping into my bones and saw the darkening sky, argued louder. Shelter, warmth, a roof over my head. It was a godsend, really, a stroke of luck in an otherwise increasingly treacherous situation. I rationalized it. Someone built this. Someone lived here. It is just an old cabin. Nothing more. So, against my gut feeling, I decided to stay. I pushed open the door. It groaned on rusted hinges, protesting the intrusion with a sound like a tortured sigh. Inside, the air was cold, stale, and thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. Dust motes danced in the slivers of weak light filtering through the grimy window. The single room was sparse, a rickety wooden table, 2 equally rickety chairs, and a rough-built cot with a thin, stained mattress. No personal effects. No forgotten photographs, no old books, no tools. It was completely bare, as if its previous occupant had simply vanished, taking everything with them. Or, perhaps, had never truly been there at all. I dropped my pack on the floor, the thud echoing unnaturally in the small space. The silence inside was even more profound than outside, a heavy, suffocating blanket. I tried to shake off the growing unease. It was just an old cabin. I told myself to focus on the immediate tasks. First, get a fire going in the stone hearth. I had a small hatchet and some dry kindling in my pack. I managed to find a few pieces of surprisingly dry fallen wood outside, tucked under the eaves, and soon a small, crackling fire was licking at the logs. The warmth was a welcome relief, chasing away the chill, and, for a moment, the creeping dread. I ate a cold can of beans, washed down with water from my canteen, and tried to relax. The storm outside had begun in earnest, rain lashing against the window, wind howling like a banshee through the trees. I should have felt grateful, safe. But the cabin still felt wrong. Every creak of the old wood, every moan of the wind, sounded amplified, distorted. My eyes kept darting to the shadowed corners of the room, to the dark rectangle of the window, to the closed door. I even found myself checking the walls, running my hand over the rough logs, as if expecting to find some hidden passage or a clue to the cabin's strangeness. Of course, there was nothing, just solid, aged wood. As darkness fully descended, the fire became my only source of light, casting dancing shadows that writhed and stretched across the walls and ceiling. I pulled my sleeping bag out and laid it on the cot, but I did not feel like sleeping. The cabin was alive with sounds now, or so my overactive imagination told me. The old timbers groaned and popped, the wind whistled through unseen cracks, and rain hammered relentlessly on the roof. I tried to tell myself it was just an old building weathering a storm. But there was something else, something subtle, beneath the cacophony of the storm. A faint scratching, like mice in the walls, but too regular, too deliberate. Screech, screech, screech. I sat up, listening intently. It was not mice. It sounded deeper, heavier. My heart began to beat a little faster. I picked up my rifle, more for comfort than any real expectation of needing it, and scanned the room. Nothing. The scratching stopped. I breathed a sigh of relief, telling myself I was being paranoid. The solitude, the storm, the unexpected cabin, it was all getting to me. I lay back down, trying to force myself to relax. Then came the knock. It was not loud, not at first. Just a soft, rhythmic thump, thump, thump from the wall, right beside the cot. My breath hitched in my throat. I froze, every muscle tensed, listening. It was not the wind. It was not the cabin settling. This was distinct, deliberate, and it was coming from inside the wall. Thump, thump, thump. It was slow, steady, like a heartbeat, or someone gently tapping a fist against wood. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. An animal, a squirrel, a raccoon, somehow trapped between the inner and outer logs. But the rhythm was too even, too human. I slowly, carefully got off the cot. My hand instinctively tightened on the rifle. I approached the wall where the sound was coming from. It was a solid log wall, no gaps, no cracks I could see. I pressed my ear against it. The sound was definitely there, muffled but clear. Thump, thump, thump. Hello, I whispered, my voice sounding absurdly small in the vast silence between knocks. The knocking stopped instantly. My blood ran cold. It had heard me. Whatever was making that sound, it had heard me. I backed away slowly, my eyes wide, scanning the wall, the room, as if expecting something to materialize. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows that seemed to mock my terror. I spent what felt like an eternity staring at that wall, rifle raised, waiting. Nothing. The silence stretched, thick and oppressive, broken only by the relentless drumming of rain on the roof. My heart pounded against my ribs, a frantic bird trying to escape its cage. I told myself it was over. Whatever it was, it had stopped. Maybe it was just an echo, a trick of the old cabin. I tried to convince myself to lie back down, to sleep. But the thought was ludicrous. My nerves were frayed, my skin crawling. I sat on the edge of the cot, rifle across my lap, watching the wall like a hawk. Then it started again. Not a gentle thump this time, but a louder, more urgent knock. Thump, thump, thump. And it was not just in one spot. It was moving. From the wall, beside the cot, it shifted to the wall opposite, then to the one where the window was, then to the wall, behind the fireplace. It was as if something was moving rapidly inside the very structure of a cabin, hitting the logs from within. The rhythm quickened, became more frantic. It sounded like someone trapped, desperately trying to get out. Or in. My breath hitched. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw its way up my throat. This was not an animal. This was something else. Something intelligent. Something malevolent. I started shouting, my voice raw and hoarse. Who is there? What do you want? The knocking did not stop. It intensified. Now it was a cacophony, a frantic drumming that echoed through the small cabin, making the very air vibrate. It sounded like multiple fists, multiple somethings, all pounding, all at once from every wall. The cabin itself seemed to be groaning under the assault, timbers straining. I backed into the center of the room, away from the walls, my rifle shaking in my hands. My mind was screaming, trying to make sense of the impossible. Was I hallucinating? Had the isolation finally broken me? But the sound was too real, too visceral. It was deafening. And then, I saw it. On the wall directly opposite me, near the floor, a dark stain began to appear. It was small at first, no bigger than a silver dollar, seeping slowly from between two logs. My eyes fixated on it, disbelief warring with terror. It was not water. It was too dark, too viscous. As I watched, horrified, it grew, spreading outwards, darkening the wood around it. It looked like blood. A cold, clammy sweat broke out on my forehead. My stomach lurched. No, it could not be. I stumbled forward, my rifle forgotten, dropping to my knees to get a closer look. The knocking continued its furious assault around me, but my attention was solely on that stain. It was indeed dark, almost black in the dim firelight, thick and oily. And it was still seeping, slowly but steadily, glistening wetly on the rough wood. It smelled metallic, earthy, like old blood and rot. A nauseating, cloying scent that filled the small cabin, overriding the smell of wood smoke and damp earth. Then another stain appeared, higher up on the same wall, and another on the adjacent wall, and another. Soon dark, glistening rivulets began to trickle down the logs, following the grain of the wood, like tears from a weeping wound. The cabin walls were bleeding. My mind shattered. The rational part of me, the part that had always explained away strange sounds and shadows, simply broke. There was no explanation for this. None. This was not natural. This was not normal. This was pure, unadulterated horror. The knocking became a frenzy, a desperate, frantic pounding that seemed to shake the very foundations of the cabin. The bleeding intensified, the dark fluid now oozing from dozens of places, running down the walls, pooling on the floorboards. The smell was overpowering, a stench of death and something else, something ancient and putrid. I scrambled backwards, away from the walls, away from the bleeding wood, away from the impossible. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. I could not breathe. I was trapped in a living, bleeding, knocking nightmare. Get away from me. I screamed, my voice cracking, lost in the din. I blindly fumbled for my rifle, raising it, not knowing what I would even shoot at. The walls. The cabin itself. As if in response to my plea, the knocking escalated further. It was not just random pounding now. It sounded like something was trying to break through. The logs groaned audibly, splintered sounds mixing with the frantic thumps. I saw a small crack appear in one of the logs, right where a particularly violent series of knocks originated, and a thick, dark goo oozed out, thick and viscous, like tar. I could almost hear a muffled, distorted sound from within the walls, a gurgling, a choked gasp, a desperate moan that was almost human, but not quite. It was the sound of something suffering, something trapped, something trying to escape or pull me in. My eyes darted to the door, my only way out. It felt miles away. The cabin felt like it was closing in, the walls pulsing with unseen life, bleeding its dark, corrupted ichor. I had to get out. Now, I lunged for the door, my hands fumbling with the rusted latch. It was stiff, frozen with disuse, and my trembling fingers could barely grasp it. The knocking reached a fever pitch, a deafening drumbeat of terror. I heard a sickening crack from a wall behind me, and a section of log seemed to bulge inwards, as if something was pressing against it from the inside, trying to force its way out. With a desperate cry, I threw my entire weight against the door, wrenching the latch free. The door burst open, revealing a world of wind, whipped rain, and absolute darkness. I did not hesitate. I did not look back. I burst out of that cabin like a bat out of hell, stumbling into the storm, not caring about the cold, the rain, the wind. Anything was better than that living, bleeding tomb. I ran. I ran blindly through the lashing rain, through the tangled undergrowth, through the howling wind, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from the cabin, away from the knocking, away from the bleeding walls. The sounds of the storm were a blessing now, drowning out the imagined echoes of the cabin's horror. My mind replayed the images, the dark, glistening fluid, the frantic pounding, the smell of decay. It was all too real. I ran until I collapsed, gasping for breath, soaked to the bone, shivering violently, but not from the cold. It was pure, unadulterated terror. I lay there for a long time, curled into a ball, my face pressed against the wet earth, tears mixing with the rain. When I finally gathered the strength to move, I forced myself to my feet, found a bearing, and stumbled through the darkness towards where I knew my truck was parked, miles away. I do not remember much of that trek. It was a blur of adrenaline and fear, a desperate race against the memory of what I had seen. I pushed through the night, driven by a primal need to escape, to put as much distance as possible between myself and that cabin. I did not stop until I saw the familiar gleam of my truck in the faint light of dawn, looking like a beacon of sanity in a world gone mad. I threw my gear in, jumped into the driver's seat, and started the engine. The roar of the truck's motor was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I peeled out of that, clearing, tires spitting mud, not daring to glance in the rearview mirror. I drove for hours, not stopping until I was hundreds of miles away, until the trees thinned and the landscape became familiar again. That was weeks ago. I am home now in my own bed, in my own house. But I am not the same. The woods, my sanctuary, now feel alien, hostile. Every creak of my house, every drip of rain, every gust of wind against the window sends a jolt of ice through my veins. I see the dark stains on the walls, hear the frantic knocking, smell that sickening, metallic stench in my nightmares. Sometimes, even when I am wide awake, I catch a faint whiff of it or hear a distant, rhythmic thump that makes my blood run cold. I have not been back to the Blackwood National Forest. I have not been hunting. I have not even been for a walk in a local park. The thought of stepping foot under a canopy of trees, of being surrounded by that silent, watchful presence, fills me with an overwhelming dread. I still do not know what that cabin was, what was trapped inside its walls, or what it was trying to do. And I do not know. All I know is that the wilderness, once my comfort, is now a place of unspeakable horror. And deep within that vast silent expanse, there is a small, forgotten cabin, its walls bleeding, its timbers knocking, waiting patiently for its next unwitting guest. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my very core, that I will never, ever be able to look at the woods the same way again. Hey guys, Alex here. So, I have always been one of those people who finds solace in the deep woods. Not like a survivalist or anything, but just a regular guy who loves the quiet, the smell of pine, the rustle of leaves underfoot. It is where I go to clear my head, to feel small in the best possible way. I have hiked countless trails, spent nights under a canopy of stars, and generally felt more at home among the trees than almost anywhere else. But what happened last fall that changed everything? It stripped away that sense of comfort, replaced it with a cold primal dread that still claws at me even now. It started like any other trip. I would been feeling stressed with work, a pretty standard 9 to 5 grind that had been particularly demanding. My usual cure was a long weekend in Blackwood National Forest, a place I knew well, or at least I thought I did. I packed my gear, told my folks I would be off-grid for a few days, and headed out. The weather was perfect, crisp autumn air, a sky so blue it hurt your eyes, and the leaves just starting to turn, painting the hillsides in fiery reds and oranges. It was exactly what I needed. My plan was to hike a familiar loop, trail for the first day, then head off trail a bit to explore some less frequented areas I would seen on topographical maps. There was a section marked as incredibly dense, almost a wilderness preserve within the national forest, with very few established paths. It was a challenge, and I was looking forward to it. I parked my car at the trailhead, shouldered my pack, and started walking. The first few hours were idyllic. The familiar crunch of leaves, the distant caw of a crow, the chirp of unseen birds, the gentle murmur of a nearby stream, it was all a symphony of nature, exactly what I craved. I stopped for lunch by a small waterfall, feeling the mist on my face, completely at peace. Around mid-afternoon, I decided it was time to branch off. I consulted my map, found a rough bearing, and plunged into the denser woods. Immediately, the atmosphere shifted. The trees grew closer together, older and more gnarled, their branches interlocking overhead to form a shadowy canopy. The ground became a tangled mess of roots and fallen logs, making every step a conscious effort. The sunlight, which had been so abundant, now filtered down in weak, dappled patches, creating an eerie, shifting mosaic on the forest floor. But the most striking change, the one that started to prickle at the back of my neck, was the sound. Or rather, the lack of it. At first, I just thought I would walk into a particularly dense part of the forest, where sound would not travel as easily. The distant bird calls faded. The rustling of leaves seemed to diminish. I told myself it was just the acoustics of the thick woods. No big deal. I pushed deeper, navigating by compass and the faint outlines of what might have once been a game trail. The air grew still, heavy, almost humid, even though it was a cool autumn day. The sounds continued to recede. It was not a gradual fading anymore. It was like someone was slowly turning down the volume knob on the world. The crunch of my boots, which had been so satisfying earlier, became strangely muted. My own breathing sounded loud in my ears, almost unnaturally so. Then, I noticed it. The complete, utter absence of sound. Not just quiet, but a void. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart starting to thump a little harder. There were no birds, no crickets, no rustling leaves, even though there was a light breeze I could feel on my face. No distant hum of insects, no squirrel chattering. Nothing. It was as if every living creature in this section of the forest had simply vanished. Or perhaps they had all gone silent. My rational brain, the one that always tries to find a logical explanation, immediately started scrambling. Acoustic anomaly. I whispered, the sound feeling strange and foreign in the oppressive stillness. Dead zone. Maybe the air pressure or some geological weirdness. But even as I tried to convince myself, a cold dread started to seep into my bones. This was not natural. This was not just quiet. This was erasure. I decided to test it. I stomped my foot deliberately. The sound was flat, dead, swallowed almost instantly, as if the very air around me absorbed the vibration before it could truly register. I clapped my hands hard. The clap was sharp, but it lacked any echo, any resonance. It was just there, then gone. Like clapping your hands underwater, but without the resistance of the water. I whistled a short tune. The notes felt thin, fragile, and died almost as soon as they left my lips. A shiver ran down my spine. This was deeply unsettling. I was still surrounded by trees, by what looked like a perfectly normal forest, albeit an old and dense one. But the silence, it was a physical presence, pressing in on me, heavy and suffocating. It felt like standing in a vacuum. My ears started to strain, trying to pick up anything, and the effort made them ring, a high-pitched whine that was the only sound I could perceive other than my own frantic heartbeat. I decided I would had enough. This was not the peaceful solitude I would come for. This was something else, entirely. I turned to retrace my steps, but as I did, I noticed a subtle shift in the light ahead. Through a break in the dense canopy, I saw a brighter patch. Curiosity, that dangerous human trait, tugged at me. What if this was just a weird, temporary phenomenon, and there was a beautiful, sunlit clearing just beyond? A place to rest, gather my thoughts, and then head back. Against my better judgment, I pushed forward, parting thick branches and ducking under low-hanging boughs. And then, I stepped out. It was a clearing, all right, almost perfectly circular, maybe 50 yards across. The ground was covered in a thick, mossy carpet, surprisingly soft and even, completely devoid of the usual undergrowth and fallen leaves that littered the forest floor. Towering ancient trees, their bark dark and gnarled, ringed the clearing, their massive trunks like pillars holding up the sky. The sunlight, unfiltered here, streamed down, illuminating the moss with an almost unnatural green glow. It should have been beautiful, but it was not. It was terrifying, because here in the clearing, the silence was not just profound, it was absolute. It was so complete that it felt like a scream. My ears, already ringing from the effort of trying to hear, now felt like they were being crushed. My own breathing, which had been loud just moments before, now seemed to vanish the instant the air left my lungs. I could see my chest rise and fall, but I heard nothing. I could feel my blood pulsing through my veins, but there was no accompanying whoosh. It was as if my body, too, had been muted. I took a tentative step onto the moss. My boot made no sound. No crunch, no squish, nothing. It was like walking on air. I tried to speak, to call out. My mouth opened, my vocal cords vibrated. I felt the air push past them, but no sound emerged. It was as if the air itself was a sponge, absorbing all sonic energy. I tried again, forcing a yell. My throat strained, my face reddened, but the only thing that happened was a sensation of pressure in my head. Panic began to bubble up. This was beyond any natural phenomenon I knew. This was unnatural, alien. My logical brain had completely shut down, replaced by a primal instinct screaming danger. I felt utterly exposed, vulnerable, stripped of one of my most basic senses. In a place where you can't hear, you can't assess threats. You can't even orient yourself properly. And then the feeling started. The feeling of being watched. It was subtle at first, just a prickle on the back of my neck, the kind you get when you think someone's staring at you from across a room. But here, in the oppressive silence, it amplified, growing quickly into an intense, almost physical pressure. It felt like countless unseen eyes were boring into me from the surrounding treeline. I slowly turned, scanning the ring of ancient trees. They were massive, their bark dark and rough, almost black in places. Some had strange, bulbous growths, like enormous tumors, clinging to their sides. The branches were thick and interwoven, forming an impenetrable wall. I saw no movement, no flicker of shadow, no glint of an eye. Nothing. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger, more focused, as if whatever was watching had now locked onto me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a silent, frantic drum. My palms were sweating, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps that still made no sound. I felt like a specimen under a microscope, utterly powerless. This was not a game trail or a curious wildlife encounter. This was something ancient, something that belonged here, and I was an intruder. I tried to rationalize it again. It is just the silence playing tricks on your mind. Alex, you are alone. You are scared, your imagination is running wild. But the feeling was too real, too pervasive. It was not my imagination, it was a cold, undeniable presence. It felt hungry. I took another step, then another, slowly backing towards the way I would come in. My movements felt clumsy, too loud in my own head, even though they produced no sound. It was like moving in a dream, where every action feels heavy and disconnected. As I moved, I felt the gaze follow me, a palpable weight shifting from tree to tree. Suddenly, a shadow on the far side of the clearing seemed to deepen, to coalesce. It was just for a split second, a trick of the light, perhaps. But it looked like something large, impossibly tall, was briefly silhouetted against the dark bark of one of the ancient trees. It was not a branch or a rock. It was too defined, too aware. My blood ran cold. I broke into a cold sweat. This was it. This was the thing. Whatever was watching me. I tried to run. My legs felt heavy, like they were moving through molasses. I stumbled over the impossibly soft moss, my arms flailing, but I could not fall down. It was like the ground itself was cushioning me. I reached the edge of the clearing, pushing into the dense undergrowth I would come through. The branches here were even thicker, more tangled, as if they had grown together since I would entered. They clawed at my clothes, my skin, but I barely registered the pain. I just needed to get out. I needed sound. I needed the normal, comforting cacophony of the forest. But the silence followed me. It clung to me like a shroud. I was pushing through the dense woods, tearing through thickets, but still there was no sound. My desperate gasps for air, the rustle of leaves, the snapping of twigs, all gone. It was just me, my pounding heart, and the suffocating, watchful silence. I kept pushing, blindly, frantically. I felt disoriented, unsure if I was even going the right way. The trees seemed to close in, their dark forms blurring into an oppressive wall. I felt like I was running in place, or that the forest itself was shifting around me, keeping me contained. The feeling of being watched intensified to an unbearable degree. It was no longer just a prickle, it was a burning sensation on my back, a pressure on my skull, as if an invisible force was trying to crush me. I felt eyes on me from every angle, not just from the tree-line, but from everywhere. From the ground, from above, from the very air itself. And then, I saw it again. Not a shadow this time, but a distortion. Just beyond a cluster of particularly gnarled trees, the air shimmered, like heat rising from asphalt. But it was cold, bone-chillingly cold. Within that shimmering distortion, I saw something. It was not a clear form. It was like looking at something through warped glass, or trying to focus on a memory that was just out of reach. But it was there, immense, ancient, a presence of unimaginable age and power. It was like a living void, a thing that had absorbed not just sound, but light, and perhaps even time itself. It was not moving, but I felt its attention, its focus, on me. It was studying me, dissecting me, understanding me in a way that made my soul recoil. It was a predator, but not one that hunted with teeth and claws. It hunted with silence. It hunted with dread. A new horror dawned on me. What if the silence was not just a side effect of its presence? What if the silence was its weapon? What if it fed on the fear it caused, amplified by the sensory deprivation? What if it wanted me to be terrified, isolated? So I did not even want to finish that thought. My legs finally gave out. I collapsed onto the mossy ground, my chest heaving, tears streaming down my face. Still no sound. I was sobbing, but I heard nothing. It was the most terrifying thing I had ever experienced. I was completely at its mercy, a tiny insignificant speck in its ancient domain. I lay there, curled in a fetal position, my hands over my head, trying to make myself as small as possible. I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing I could disappear. I did not know how long I lay there, paralyzed by fear. Minutes, hours, Time felt meaningless in that place. The cold, watchful presence remained unwavering. It was content to simply observe. And then, just as I thought I might simply die there, consumed by the silent terror, something shifted. The pressure on my mind, the burning gaze, it receded ever so slightly. It was not gone, but it had loosened its grip. A faint, almost imperceptible shift in the oppressive stillness. It was letting me go. Why? I did not know. Perhaps it had had its fill of my terror. Perhaps it simply grew bored. Or perhaps, and this thought chilled me to my core, it wanted me to remember, to carry the fear, to spread the story, to warn others away from its silent clearing. A surge of adrenaline, fueled by a desperate, fleeting hope, coursed through me. I scrambled to my feet, my muscles screaming in protest. I did not look back. I just ran. I ran with a single-minded focus, pushing through the dense undergrowth, not caring about the scratches or the pain. I just ran. And then, as suddenly as it had vanished, sound returned. It was not a gentle reintroduction. It was a cacophony, a brutal assault on my senses. The rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, the distant hum of insects had all rushed in at once, overwhelming, disorienting. It felt like 1,000 needles pricking my eardrums. I cried out, a real, audible cry this time, and clamped my hands over my ears. The world had gone from absolute silence to unbearable noise in an instant. I stumbled, fell, and scrambled up again, still running. I did not stop until I burst out of the dense woods and onto the familiar, well-worn path I had left hours ago. I did not stop until I reached my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely unlock the door. I threw my pack in, jumped into the driver's seat, and started the engine. The roar of the engine, usually an annoyance, was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I sped out of the forest, not caring about speed limits, not caring about anything, but putting as much distance as possible between me and that silent clearing. I drove until the sun set, until the stars came out, until I was hundreds of miles away, safe in a motel room, the television blaring to drown out the lingering echoes of that awful silence. It has been months since that day. I have not been back to Blackwood National Forest. I have not been back to any forest. The woods, once my sanctuary, are now a source of overwhelming dread. Every rustle of leaves, every distant bird call makes me flinch, my mind subconsciously checking for the absence of sound. The cabin I found on my last trip, the one with the bleeding walls and the knocking that was horrific, sure. But it was a localized horror, a specific, tangible threat. The silent clearing, that was something else entirely. That was a violation of the natural order, a glimpse into something ancient and terrifying that simply exists, watching, waiting. Sometimes in the dead of night, when the world outside my apartment window is quiet, I swear I can hear it. Not a sound, but the absence of sound. A deep, profound, suffocating silence that presses in on me, reminding me of that circular clearing, the mossy ground, and the ancient, watchful presence. I can feel its gaze, even now, hundreds of miles away. It is a cold, patient gaze, and I know, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that it remembers me. That forgotten cabin waits, but that silent clearing it watches. And I will never look at the wilderness the same way again. Now, months later, the woods are a nightmare I can't escape. Even the rustle of leaves outside my window makes my heart jump. My apartment in the city, hundreds of miles from Blackwood, feels less like a sanctuary and more like a high-security bunker. I have tried everything: therapy, medication, even just avoiding anything that looks remotely like a tree. But the silence, the erasure of sound, it has burned into my brain. It is like an empty space in my memory, a void where my sanity used to be. My friends, bless their hearts, try to help. They saw me wasting away, a ghost in my own life. My best friend, Mark especially, he knew how much I used to love the wilderness, how it was my escape. he would see me transform from a nature enthusiast to someone who flinched at the sight of a houseplant. He thought maybe a change of scenery, a different kind of forest, could help me reclaim a piece of myself. A gradual reintroduction, he called it. Exposure therapy. I was skeptical, to say the least. The very thought of stepping foot into another patch of dense woodland sent shivers down my spine. But Mark was persistent. He found a cabin deep in the Redwood National Park on the complete opposite side of the country from Blackwood. He reasoned, redwoods are different. They are ancient, majestic, but they have a different feel. Less oppressive, more grand. He promised we would stick to marked trails, that he would be with me every step of the way. He even booked it for a week-long trip, just the two of us, hoping the sheer beauty would overwrite the horror. I reluctantly agreed. Part of me, a tiny, desperate part, wanted to believe him. Wanted to believe I could find peace again, that the woods were not universally tainted. So, after a grueling cross-country drive that felt like a journey to the gallows, we arrived. The redwoods were magnificent. I will give him that. Towering giants, reaching for the sky, their bark a deep, rich red. The air smelled of pine and damp earth. For the first day, it was almost pleasant. We hiked on wide, well-maintained paths, the sun dappling through the canopy, birds chirping, squirrels chattering. It was all the familiar sounds of nature, reassuringly present. Mark kept a close eye on me, and I felt a flicker of something akin to hope. Maybe, just maybe, I could do this. But the second day, that is when things started to unravel. We were on a longer trail, aiming for a waterfall Mark had read about. The path was narrower here, less traveled. The trees pressed in a little closer. Nothing like Blackwood, but the subtle shift was enough to prickle my nerves. I kept glancing over my shoulder, my ears straining for anything out of place. Mark, ever the optimist, was a few yards ahead, chatting about some podcast he would listen to. I was lagging behind, my eyes scanning the undergrowth, my old habits of wilderness navigation kicking in, even as dread gnawed at me. I noticed a particularly vibrant patch of wildflowers, a species I remembered from an old field guide. Distracted, I stepped off the trail for just a moment, just to get a closer look. "Hey, Mark," I called out, bending down. "Look at these." But Mark was already around a bend. I straightened up, expecting to see him, but he was gone. No big deal, I thought. He is just a little ahead. I will catch up. I took a few steps, then called his name again. Mark. No answer. The forest suddenly felt quieter. The birds were not singing as loudly. The rustling leaves seemed to hold their breath. A cold knot formed in my stomach. I walked faster, calling his name again, louder this time. "Mark, where are you?" Still nothing. My heart started to pound. This was not right. Mark was usually very aware of my comfort levels, always checking in. He would not just disappear. Panic, cold and sharp, began to prick at the edges of my composure. I spun around, trying to retrace my steps to the wildflowers, but the path ahead and behind looked identical. The trees, once majestic, now seemed to merge into an impenetrable wall of green and brown. I was lost. Again. And this time, I was alone. The sun was already starting its slow descent, the light filtering through the dense canopy, turning from golden to a muted, hazy gray. Shadows stretched long and distorted, making the familiar shapes of trees look like grotesque figures. I tried to stay calm, to use the techniques I would learned years ago, find a landmark, listen for sounds of civilization, try to follow a stream. But there was no stream, and the only sounds were the increasingly frantic beat of my own heart against my ribs. I walked for what felt like hours, my initial panic giving way to a bone-deep exhaustion. My throat was dry from calling Mark's name. My legs ached. The temperature was dropping fast, and I had not packed for an overnight stay in the wilderness. The fear, the primal dread that Blackwood had instilled in me, began to creep back, whispering insidious thoughts into my mind. This was not just being lost. This was different. The air was growing heavier, the silence more profound, though not yet the absolute, terrifying void of Blackwood. Just a deep, oppressive quiet, just as despair threatened to swallow me whole. I saw it, a soft golden glow, pulsing faintly through the dense trees, perhaps 50 yards ahead. It was low to the ground, moving slowly, deliberately. A lantern. Someone else was out here. Hope, a sudden, blinding surge of it, washed over me. Mark. It had to be Mark coming back for me. Or a park ranger. Anyone. Hello. I croaked, my voice hoarse. Is anyone there? The light paused for a moment, then began to move again, a slow, beckoning sway. It did not respond, but it was there, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. Relief made my knees weak. I started stumbling towards it, pushing through thick undergrowth, thorns tearing at my clothes and skin. Wait, I yelled, newfound energy surging through me. Please wait for me. The lantern continued its slow, steady pace, never getting too far ahead, but never quite letting me catch up. It was like a silent guide, a promise of rescue. I followed, my eyes fixed on its gentle glow, my fear momentarily eclipsed by the desperate need to reach it. The path, if you could call it that, grew steeper, leading me deeper into a section of the forest that felt older. The trees here were even larger, their trunks gnarled and covered in thick moss. The air grew colder, and a damp mist began to settle, making the lantern's glow appear hazy, almost ethereal. I must have followed it for another hour, maybe more. My sense of direction was completely gone. I was just blindly chasing the light, my only thought to keep it in sight. My exhaustion returned, heavier than before, but I could not stop. The lantern was my only chance. Then, without warning, the light vanished. One moment, it was there, a warm, comforting presence. The next, it was gone, swallowed by the impenetrable darkness. The sudden absence was like a physical blow. I stopped dead, my heart leaping into my throat. No. I gasped, my voice barely a whisper. Come back. Please. I strained my eyes, trying to pierce the blackness, but it was absolute. My breath hitched in my chest. The silence, which had been growing, now seemed to press in on me, heavy and suffocating. This was not the Blackwood silence, not yet. But it was close. A deep, unnatural quiet that made every rustle of a leaf sound like a gunshot. And then, I heard it, a scream. It was distant, muffled by the dense trees, but undeniably human. A high-pitched, agonizing shriek that cut through the oppressive silence like a knife. It lasted only a few seconds, ending abruptly in a choked gurgle, as if someone had clamped a hand over the victim's mouth. My blood ran cold. Every muscle in my body tensed. What was that? An animal? No. It was too distinctly human, too full of terror and pain. My mind immediately jumped to the worst possible scenarios. Mark. Had someone attacked him? Or was it something else? Something in these woods. I stood there, frozen, trembling, my eyes wide and darting around in the blackness. The scream had ended, but its echo lingered in my ears, a chilling testament to raw horror. I wanted to run, to flee in any direction, but I had no idea where I was, and the darkness was absolute. Just as I thought I would collapse from sheer terror, the light reappeared. Not where it had been, but a little further ahead, perhaps another 100 yards. It pulsed, a steady, rhythmic glow, almost as if it was waiting for me. My breath caught in my throat. It could not be. It could not have led me to that. Could it? My rational mind screamed at me to turn and run the other way. But the alternative was absolute darkness, being completely lost, freezing to death, or worse, being found by whatever had caused that scream. The lantern, despite the horrifying interlude, was still light. And light, even in the darkest of situations, feels like salvation. Hesitantly, my legs still shaking, I started moving again, my eyes fixed on the distant glow. I tried to tell myself it was a coincidence. The scream was just a random occurrence, an unlucky timing. The lantern was still my guide. It had to be. The terrain grew rougher, the forest even more ancient and twisted. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches like skeletal arms reaching for me. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood. I tried to ignore it, tried to focus on the lantern's gentle sway, but a cold dread was settling deep in my bones. I followed it for what felt like an eternity, my exhaustion now compounded by a gnawing fear that was rapidly turning into terror. My mind was a whirlwind of questions. Why did the lantern keep disappearing? Why did it lead me deeper? And that scream. Then it happened again. The lantern, without a flicker, simply winked out of existence. This time, I was prepared for the darkness, but not for the silence that immediately followed. It was not the total erasure of Blackwood, but it was deep, profound. The forest held its breath. And then the scream. This one was closer, much closer. It was unmistakably human, a woman's voice, raw with agony and terror. It was a piercing, gut-wrenching sound that tore through the night, filled with such primal fear that it made my blood run cold. It was not just a shriek, it was a desperate, pleading cry for help that dissolved into a choked, bubbling gasp. I clapped my hands over my ears, trying to block out the sound, but it was already seared into my brain. My stomach churned, and I fought down the urge to vomit. This was not an animal. This was a person, and something absolutely horrific was happening to them, just out of my sight, in this terrifying darkness. Tears streamed down my face. My body was racked with shivers, a mixture of cold and pure terror. The lantern was leading me to this. It had to be. It disappeared. The scream happened, then it reappeared, beckoning me deeper. It was not a guide. It was a lure, a trap. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the incomprehensible. Was someone playing a sick joke? Was there a maniac out here? Or was it something else? The memory of the shimmering distortion in Blackwood flashed through my mind, the immense, hungry presence. Was that here too? Was this lantern its hunting tool? I wanted to run, to flee in the opposite direction, but panic had me paralyzed. Every direction felt wrong, felt dangerous. The darkness was a suffocating blanket, and the only thing that offered even a sliver of direction was the accursed light. And there it was again, the lantern. It glowed a little further ahead, its light seeming to pulse with an almost predatory rhythm. It was a cruel, mocking light, a beacon of false hope. It seemed to be daring me, challenging me. Come on, it seemed to say. Do not you want to know what happened? Do not you want to find your way out? Against every fiber of my being, against every screaming instinct, I found myself moving again. I was no longer seeking rescue, I was being drawn in, like a moth to a deadly flame. Curiosity, morbid and terrifying, mixed with a desperate, illogical hope that maybe, just maybe, I could find an answer, or that it would lead me out, after all. The forest changed again. The trees here were impossibly ancient, their trunks wider than small cars, their branches draped with thick, hanging moss that looked like ghostly beards. The ground was no longer damp earth, but a thick, spongy layer of moss and decaying leaves, muffling my footsteps. The air was heavy, stagnant, and the metallic tang of blood was stronger now, mixed with an earthy, cloying sweetness. I could feel it now, the presence. It was not the absolute silence of Blackwood, but it was a deep, unsettling quiet that pressed in from all sides. The sounds of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, they were there, but they felt muted, distant, like sounds heard through thick glass. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting. The lantern continued its slow, deliberate dance, leading me deeper and deeper into this ancient, forgotten part of the woods. My legs were numb, my body ached, but I pushed on, my eyes wide and bloodshot, fixed on the malevolent glow. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that this was not a good place. It felt like the forest was a living entity, and I was being led into its maw. Then, for the third time, the lantern vanished. This time, the darkness that followed was instantaneous and absolute. And the silence, it was almost complete. I could hear my own ragged breathing, the frantic thumping of my heart, but nothing else. It was the closest I would come to the blackwood silence since leaving that cursed forest. My blood ran cold, fear gripping me with an icy hand. And then the scream came. It was not distant. It was not muffled. It was right there, so close that I could feel the vibrations of it in the very air around me. It was a man's voice this time, a guttural, primal roar of pure agony that tore through the silence, followed by a sickening, wet-tearing sound. It ended with a choked, bubbling gasp, a final desperate plea that was cut short, as if a large hand had clamped over his mouth, or worse. I dropped to my knees, gagging. The smell of blood was overwhelming now, thick and coppery, mixed with that sweet, cloying odor. My hands flew to my mouth, stifling a scream of my own. I could hear it now, the faint, wet sounds of something feeding. A soft, squelching noise, followed by a low, guttural rumble. My eyes, wide with terror, tried to pierce the darkness, but it was like a physical wall. I could feel the presence now, immense and ancient, just as I had in Blackwood. But this was different. This was not just watching. This was here. This was eating. A faint, almost imperceptible shimmer caught my eye, just beyond where the lantern had last been. It was like heat rising off asphalt on a summer day, but in the absolute cold. A distortion in the air, barely visible, but I knew what it was. I knew it. It was immense, shifting, its form indistinct, but its hunger was palpable, a suffocating wave of malevolence. Then the lantern reappeared. It was not ahead of me this time. It was behind me. I slowly, agonizingly, turned my head. The lantern was hovering just a few feet away, at eye level, its golden glow illuminating a small circle on the mossy ground directly in front of me. And in that circle, I saw it, a human hand, severed at the wrist, fingers still slightly curled, resting on the moss. The fingernails were torn and dirty. A silver ring, tarnished with something dark, was on the ring finger. My stomach heaved, and I finally vomited a bitter, acidic mess that mixed with a cold sweat on my face. The lantern, its light steady and unwavering, cast long, dancing shadows, making the hand seem to twitch. It was not a guide. It was a trophy, a lure. It had led me right to the feast. And then, I heard the whisper. It was not in my ears, but in my mind a low, sibilant hiss that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It spoke in a language I did not understand, but the meaning was clear. Welcome. Another one. The shimmering distortion intensified, revealing glimpses of something vast, dark, and utterly alien. It was like looking at a creature made of pure shadow and hunger, its form constantly shifting, too immense to fully comprehend. It had no discernible features, just an impression of ancient, malevolent power. It was the same presence from Blackwood, but here it was bolder, more active, its hunting ground revealed. The lantern pulsed brighter now, its light seeming to throb with a sickening glee. It was not a tool of the entity. It was the entity or a part of it, a detached lure, a glowing, sentient bait. It had been playing with me, leading me deeper, enjoying my terror, just as it had enjoyed the terror of the others. My mind snapped. All the therapy, all the attempts to heal, shattered into a million pieces. This was real. This was a nightmare made flesh, a horror beyond comprehension. And I was next. A primal scream tore from my throat, raw and desperate. I scrambled backwards, away from the hand, away from the lantern, away from the shimmering horror. My legs, numb moments ago, found a surge of adrenaline-fueled strength. I did not know where I was going, did not care. I just had to get away. I ran blindly, crashing through undergrowth, stumbling over roots, my breath tearing in my lungs. The whispers followed me, a chorus of sibilant voices in my mind, mocking and gleeful. The smell of blood and that cloying sweetness clung to me. I could hear the wet, squelching sounds behind me, closer now, accompanied by a low, guttural rumble that vibrated through the very ground. It was coming for me. My mind was a kaleidoscope of terror. The absolute silence of Blackwood, the hungry presence, the shimmering distortion. It was all here, but worse. The screams, the severed hand, the malevolent lantern. It was all real. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs screamed in protest, until my vision blurred with tears and exhaustion. I do not know how long I ran, or in what direction. It felt like an eternity. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly, the trees mocking me with their ancient silence. Then, just as I felt I could not take another step, just as I thought the shadow would engulf me, I broke through a thicket of bushes and saw stars. Above me, an expanse of clear, star-dusted sky. And in the distance, through the trees, a faint, flickering light. Not the malevolent glow of the lantern, but a warm, steady light. A cabin light. I stumbled forward, gasping, sobbing, my body racked with tremors. I could hear it now, the distant rush of a river, the chirping of crickets, the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. The sounds of a normal forest. The oppressive silence was gone. I ran towards the light, not caring about the scratches or the pain. I did not stop until I burst out of the tree line and collapsed in the dirt, gasping for air, just a few yards from Mark's rented cabin. Mark, who had been frantic, had just returned from a fruitless search with a park ranger. He rushed to me, his face etched with worry, but my eyes were fixed on the dark, impenetrable wall of trees behind me. The lantern. I choked out, pointing a trembling finger. The scream's the hand. He looked at me, bewildered, then at the forest. He tried to calm me, but I was beyond calming. I was beyond reason. I never told him everything. How could I? How could I explain the malevolent light, the absolute silence, the whispers in my mind, the shimmering distortion, the severed hand? He would think I was insane. Maybe I was. We left the redwoods that night, hours before dawn. I did not care about our belongings, did not care about the lost deposit. I just needed to be out, needed to be away. Now, months later, I am back in my apartment, hundreds of miles away. But the woods there are no longer just a nightmare I can't escape. They are a living, breathing entity, full of ancient horrors that hunt with silence and lure with false light. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that I will never, ever set foot in a forest again. Because somewhere out there, in the deep, dark woods, the lantern still glows. And it is always looking for another lost soul. I stumbled out of the woods, gasping, my lungs burning, legs screaming in protest. The trees, those towering ancient sentinels that had seemed so majestic just yesterday, now felt like a suffocating cage, their shadows reaching for me like skeletal fingers. The air, once crisp and clean, tasted of fear and copper. I did not know how long I would have been running, only that the thing with the golden lantern and the whispers had not caught me. Not yet. My vision was blurred with tears and exhaustion, but I forced myself to focus. Through the haze, I saw the familiar, slightly flattened patch of earth where Mark and I had pitched our tents. My own small olive green dome tent, looking impossibly fragile, was still there. Mark's, a larger, slightly more elaborate setup, was gone. Just a flattened space, as if it had never been. A fresh wave of nausea hit me. Mark vanished. The severed hand, the whispers, Blackwood. It was all connected. This was not some random wilderness mishap. The entity, the shimmering distortion I would glimpsed in Blackwood, the one that had left my old cabin a haunted shell, was here. It had followed me. Or perhaps it had always been here, waiting. I collapsed onto the damp earth, my body refusing to move another inch. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence that had fallen over the forest once more. The screams were gone. The lantern light was gone. Only the crushing weight of my terror remained. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, shivering uncontrollably, even though the air was not particularly cold. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through me. My mind replayed the image of the severed hand, the way the moss had seemed to drink the blood, the bone-chilling calm of the whisper's welcome. Another one. Mark, Mark, where are you? The question echoed in my head, unanswered, terrifyingly alone. Eventually, the encroaching darkness forced me to move. I could not stay out here, exposed. Not with it lurking. My tent, as flimsy as it was my only option, my only hope for even a semblance of safety. With a groan, I pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in protest. Every step was agony, but the primal urge to survive propelled me forward. I stumbled toward my tent, my eyes darting around, scanning the deepening shadows. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches weaving a tangled, impenetrable canopy overhead. Moonlight, what little there was, struggled to pierce through, casting a dappled, shifting light that only served to make the forest feel more menacing. Reaching the tent, I fumbled with the zipper, my hand shaking so violently I almost could not get it open. Finally, the flap gave way, and I practically fell inside. The air within was stale, smelling faintly of nylon and damp earth, but it was a familiar smell, a scent of something mine. I scrambled to zip the tent closed, pulling the inner mesh and the outer fly tight, creating a flimsy barrier between myself and the horrors outside. I huddled in the center of the tent, pulling my knees to my chest, trying to make myself as small as possible. The sleeping bag lay rumpled, a silent invitation to rest, but sleep was an impossible luxury. My mind raced, replaying every terrifying moment, every whisper, every glimpse of the shimmering distortion. The Redwood National Park, Mark had said, was too far, too vast for the things from Blackwood to follow. He would have been so confident. So wrong. This was not just a physical presence. It was something that seeped into the very fabric of the world, twisting it, making it hostile. I sat there, listening. The forest was eerily quiet now, a silence that felt heavier, more oppressive than any noise. It was the kind of silence that made you strain your ears, desperately searching for a sound, any sound, to break the tension. But there was nothing. No crickets, no rustling leaves, no distant hoot of an owl. Just the pounding of my own blood in my ears. After a while, my eyes, accustomed to the dimness, began to pick out the faint details of the tent's interior. My backpack sat in a corner, a half-eaten energy bar beside it. A small, battery-operated lantern lay on the ground, its light switch off. I reached for it, my fingers trembling, and clicked it on. A soft, yellow glow filled the tent, pushing back the shadows, making the space feel a little less claustrophobic. The light, however, also illuminated something else. The floor of the tent, the thin nylon separating me from the earth, seemed uneven. I would pitch the tent on what I thought was a relatively flat spot, but now, in the lantern's glow, I could see subtle undulations, small bumps and ridges pressing up against the fabric. I dismissed it as roots, of course. It was a forest, after all. Roots were everywhere. It was just the ground settling, or maybe I had not cleared the spot as well as I thought. But as I watched, one of the ridges seemed to shift. Just a fraction of an inch, a subtle, almost imperceptible movement. My breath hitched. I told myself it was my imagination, my fear playing tricks on me. My eyes were tired, my mind was frayed. It was probably just the fabric settling or the ground compacting under my weight. I stared intently at the spot, holding my breath. Nothing. It remained still. I let out a slow, shaky breath, trying to calm my racing heart. You are just paranoid, I told myself. You have been through a lot. It is okay. But the feeling persisted. That unsettling sense that the ground beneath me was not just inert earth. It felt alive. I could almost feel a faint, pulsing vibration through the thin nylon, a slow, rhythmic thrumming that was too subtle to be a heartbeat, but too distinct to be nothing. I tried to distract myself, reaching for my phone. No signal, of course. We were deep in the wilderness. Another wave of despair washed over me. I was truly alone. My gaze drifted back to the tent floor. Another ridge, a thicker one near the back wall, seemed to have changed shape. It was longer, more defined, as if something was slowly pushing its way up from beneath. My stomach churned. This was not just my imagination. I leaned closer, pressing my ear to the nylon. Faintly, I could hear it. A soft, scraping sound, like rough wood dragging against damp earth. And then a low, guttural groan, barely audible, but unmistakably organic. It was not human. It was not animal. It was something else. Something deep within the earth. Panic began to bubble up again, cold and sharp. I scrambled backward, pressing myself against the opposite wall of the tent, as far away from the sounds as possible. The small lantern in my hand cast long, dancing shadows that made the tent feel like it was breathing, contracting around me. The scraping sounds grew louder, more insistent. The bumps and ridges on the tent floor began to multiply, pushing up against the fabric like 100 tiny fists. I could see the distinct outlines now gnarled, twisted shapes, dark and sinuous, pressing, pressing, pressing. Roots. Tree roots. But they were not just roots. They were moving. I watched in horror as a particularly thick root, as wide as my wrist, slowly, deliberately, began to push its way up from beneath the tent floor, directly under where my feet had been just moments ago. It was a dark, almost black color, covered in rough bark, and it moved with an agonizing slowness, like a snake emerging from its burrow. The nylon stretched, groaning under the pressure. I could hear the fibers tearing, a high-pitched whine that sent shivers down my spine. And then, with a soft rip, the root broke through. A sliver of dark, gnarled would poke through the tent floor, pushing aside the torn fabric. It was still moving, growing, extending into the tent's interior. My breath caught in my throat. This was not natural. Roots did not just do this. Not like this. Not with this kind of deliberate, almost sentient motion. Another root, thinner but just as determined, tore its way through the fabric near my backpack. Then another and another. Soon, the tent floor was riddled with small tears, and through each opening, a dark, twisting root began to emerge, inch by agonizing inch. The air in the tent grew heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth and something else, something ancient and cloying, like decaying wood and stagnant water. The whispers returned, faint at first, then growing louder, echoing not just in my mind, but seeming to emanate from the roots themselves. Welcome, they hissed, a chorus of dry, rustling voices. You have nowhere to go, we are everywhere. My blood ran cold. This was not just a natural phenomenon. This was it, the entity. It was not just the lantern, the screams, the hand. It was the forest itself. It was the very ground beneath me. The roots inside the tent were now numerous, twisting and writhing like a nest of enormous, slow-motion worms. They seemed to explore, their tips twitching, feeling their way around the confined space. One root, thicker than the others, snaked its way toward my backpack, its rough surface scraping against the nylon. It nudged my water bottle, then my emergency whistle, as if examining them. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move, unable to scream. My eyes were wide, fixed on the horrifying spectacle. The small lantern in my hand cast dancing shadows that made the roots seem even more grotesque, their gnarled surfaces resembling twisted faces, reaching tendrils. Another root, thinner and more flexible, began to climb the inner mesh wall of the tent, its tip feeling its way upwards, like a blind finger exploring its surroundings. It reached the ceiling, pressing against the fabric, causing the tent to sag slightly. Do not resist the whispers slithered into my mind, colder, more insistent now. Become one with us, with the earth. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate rhythm. I had to get out. I had to move. But where? The roots were everywhere. They were the ground. They were the walls. They were closing in. I saw a gap, a small space between two particularly thick roots near the tent door. It was my only chance. With a surge of adrenaline, I lunged for the zipper, my hand shaking so violently I almost missed it. My fingers fumbled, desperately trying to pull it down. But as I moved, a root, thick and swift, shot out from beneath me, wrapping itself around my ankle. It was surprisingly strong, its rough bark digging into my skin. A cry of pain escaped my lips. I kicked, trying to dislodge it, but it held fast, tightening its grip. Another root, this one from the side, snaked up my leg, coiling around my calf. The whispers intensified, a cacophony of dry, rustling voices that seemed to fill my head, drowning out all other thoughts. You are ours now, like the others a part of the forest. Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging. I was trapped. This was not just a tent, it was a living, breathing prison. The roots were pulling me down, slowly, inexorably, toward the torn floor. I could feel the damp earth beneath, the cool, cloying embrace of the soil that was waiting to claim me. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound torn from the depths of my terror. It was a primal cry, a desperate plea for help that I knew would go unanswered in this silent, malevolent forest. The roots continued to tighten their grip, pulling me closer to the torn tent floor. I could feel the cold, damp earth against my back, the rough bark of the roots pressing into my flesh. The smell of decay was overwhelming now, a sickly sweet odor that filled my nostrils and made me gag. My struggling only seemed to amuse them. The whispers grew louder, a chorus of dry, rustling voices that seemed to resonate deep within my bones. Struggle. Little one, it only makes the embrace sweeter. I clawed at the roots, my nails tearing against the rough bark, but they were unyielding, an extension of the very ground itself. More roots continued to push through the tent floor, some thin and probing, others thick and powerful, wrapping around my arms, my torso, pinning me down. The small lantern in my hand clattered to the ground, its beam flickering wildly as it rolled, casting grotesque, dancing shadows across the writhing mass of roots that now filled the tent. The light caught a glimpse of something else, something even more horrifying, embedded within the bark of one of the thicker roots. I saw a small metallic glint, a button from a shirt, a human shirt. My breath hitched. Mark. The whispers seemed to chuckle, a dry, rustling sound that scraped against my sanity. He joined us a willing host eventually. No, it could not be. Mark, consumed by this thing. The thought was more terrifying than anything I had experienced so far. Was that what the entity did? It did not just kill, it absorbed, it consumed. It made you part of its vast, ancient, hungry network. The roots were now pressing against my face, their rough surfaces scratching my cheeks, my forehead. I could feel their tips probing at my mouth, my eyes searching. The overwhelming smell of damp earth and decay filled my senses, suffocating me. My vision began to blur, not just from tears, but from the encroaching darkness. The lantern, still flickering on the ground, seemed to dim, its light struggling against the overwhelming blackness of the roots. I could feel the ground beneath me shifting, slowly pulling me deeper, as if the earth itself was swallowing me whole. forest. To us, you are home now. My body went limp, my struggle ceasing. There was no escape. The roots had won. They were everywhere. They were inside the tent, around me, beneath me, and soon they would be inside me. The last thing I saw before the darkness consumed me completely was the flickering light of a lantern, illuminating a single dark root, its tip slowly, deliberately, reaching for my open mouth. And then there was only the cold, damp embrace of the earth, and the whispers forever. It was supposed to be a reset. That is what I told myself. Anyway, after a particularly nasty breakup that left me feeling like a hollowed-out log, I decided I needed to get as far away from concrete and Wi-Fi as humanly possible. My destination, the sprawling, ancient wilderness of the Blackwood National Forest. Yeah, I know, the name itself sounds like something out of a horror movie, but I figured a little geographical irony would not hurt. Besides, the reviews for the hiking trails were stellar, and the promise of undisturbed solitude was exactly what my shattered nerves craved. I packed light, mostly essentials: a sturdy tent, a reliable map, enough freeze-dried meals to last a week, and my trusty old hiking boots. My phone, bless its digital heart, was relegated to airplane mode. Its only function to snap a few scenic photos before its battery inevitably died. I wanted to be truly disconnected, truly alone. The first couple of days were glorious. The air was crisp, smelling of pine needles and damp earth. Sunlight dappled through the towering canopy, painting shifting patterns on the forest floor. The only sounds were the rustle of leaves, the chirping of unseen birds, and the rhythmic crunch of my boots on the trail. I felt a sense of peace I had not experienced in months, a quiet contentment that seeped into my bones. I hiked for hours, stopping to sketch in my small notebook or simply sit on a moss-covered log, soaking in the profound silence. This was it, I thought. This was healing. On the third afternoon, I decided to venture off the main trail. I know, classic horror movie trope. But the main path was starting to feel a little too manicured. I craved something wilder, something truly untouched. I consulted my map, noted a small, unmarked stream, and decided to follow its winding course upstream. The going was tougher here, the undergrowth thicker, the ground uneven with exposed roots and slippery rocks. But the beauty was undeniable. Ancient trees, their bark gnarled and covered in lichen, loomed like silent sentinels. The air grew cooler, damper, and the sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense foliage, casting the forest in a perpetual twilight. I must have been off trail for a couple of hours, completely absorbed in the primeval beauty around me when I first heard it. It was faint at first, barely a whisper carried on the wind, like the sigh of the forest itself. I paused, my hand instinctively going to my ear, straining to hear over the gurgle of the stream. Nothing, just the wind. I shook my head, dismissing it as my imagination, a trick of the acoustics in the deep woods. My mind, still raw from recent events, was probably just playing tricks on me. I continued on, pushing through a thicket of ferns, when it came again. Clearer this time. A sound that was undeniably human. A voice. A child's voice. And it was singing. My heart gave a sudden, uncomfortable lurch. A child. Out here. My first thought was concern. Was someone lost? Had a family gone too far off trail? I scanned my surroundings, but saw nothing but trees. Trees and more trees. The singing was still faint, distant, but definitely there. It was a simple melody, almost like a lullaby, innocent and sweet. Hello. I called out, my voice sounding weak and thin against the vastness of the woods. Is anyone there? The singing stopped abruptly. My breath hitched. The sudden silence was more jarring than the sound itself. I stood frozen, listening, my ears straining for any sign of movement, any rustle of leaves that was not the wind. Nothing, just the ceaseless murmur of the forest, which now, for some reason, felt less comforting and more watchful. A prickle of unease started to crawl up my spine. A child should not be out here alone, not this deep in the woods, so far from any established path. And why did the singing stop the moment I called out? It felt deliberate. I waited for what felt like an eternity, my muscles tensed, ready to move. Still nothing. Maybe I imagined it. I thought again, trying to rationalize away the growing knot of dread in my stomach. Maybe it was a bird mimicking a human sound. Birds are clever like that, are not they? Just as I was about to dismiss it entirely and resume my hike, the singing started again. This time, it was closer, much closer, and the melody, while still innocent, had a quality to it that sent a shiver down my arm. It was repetitive, almost monotonous, like a broken record. Sleep, my child, and slumber deep. It was a classic lullaby, one my grandmother used to sing, but sung by a child's voice, echoing through the silent, darkening woods. It was anything but soothing. It was haunting. My rational brain screamed at me to turn back, to ignore it, to get back to the main trail. But a stronger, more primal instinct, a mix of concern and an undeniable, morbid curiosity, pulled me forward. What if she was hurt? What if she was lost? I could not just leave a child out here. Hello. I called out again, my voice a little louder this time, trying to project a sense of calm I definitely did not feel. Are you okay? Do you need help? The singing did not stop this time. It continued unwavering, as if my voice had not registered at all. It was coming from deeper in the woods, slightly to my left, away from the stream. I hesitated for only a moment, then veered off, pushing through the dense undergrowth. The trees grew even thicker here, their branches interwoven like skeletal fingers, blocking out what little daylight remained. The ground became a treacherous mosaic of damp leaves and hidden roots. I stumbled once, catching myself on a rough tree trunk, my heart pounding in my chest, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. The singing, in turn, seemed to be leading me on. It would grow louder, clearer, then fade slightly as I moved, always just out of reach. It was a constant siren song, drawing me further and further into the labyrinthine depths of the forest. The lullaby, innocent as it was, began to grate on my nerves. The repetition, the slight waver in the child's voice, the way it seemed to echo from everywhere and nowhere at once. Sleep, my child, and slumber deep. My mind raced, trying to conjure up a logical explanation. Maybe it was a camper playing a prank. But who would bring a child this deep into the woods just to mess with a lone hiker? It did not make sense. Nothing about this made sense. The air grew heavy, thick, with a smell of damp earth and something faintly metallic, like old blood or rust. I kept telling myself it was just the smell of the forest, the decaying leaves, and the rich soil. But the thought did not bring any comfort. I checked my watch. The sun was definitely setting now, the last rays of light struggling to pierce the canopy. The woods were transforming, shifting from a place of beauty to a place of shadows and secrets. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig beneath my feet sounded amplified, sinister. I felt an undeniable sense of being watched, an invisible gaze following my every move. Sleep, my child, and slumber deep. The voice was so close now. I felt like I could reach out and touch the source. It was coming from just beyond a particularly dense thicket of thorny bushes. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden, profound silence of the forest. Because the singing had stopped again. This time, it was different. It did not fade. It just cut off. Like a switch had been flipped. I pushed through the last of the bushes, my arms stinging from the thorns, and stumbled into a small, almost perfectly circular clearing. The ground here was strangely bare, devoid of the usual undergrowth, just a carpet of dark, damp earth. The trees around the perimeter were ancient and massive, their branches forming a natural, almost cathedral-like dome overhead. The light here was dim, a perpetual twilight, even though the sun had not fully set. And then I saw it. It hung there, in the very center of the clearing, suspended in midair. An empty dress. It was a child's dress, a simple old-fashioned frock made of what looked like faded blue cotton, with a small white collar and delicate lace trim around the cuffs. It was perfectly still, not swaying in any breeze, not even a whisper of movement. It just hung, about 3 feet off the ground, as if an invisible child was wearing it. My breath caught in my throat. My mind, already frayed, struggled to process the image. An empty dress, floating, in the middle of nowhere. No strings, no wires, no visible support whatsoever. Just a dress, defying gravity, completely still. A cold, clammy dread washed over me, far more potent than any fear I had felt before. This was not a lost child. This was not a prank. This was something else entirely. Something unnatural. My eyes darted around the clearing, searching frantically for an explanation, a hidden branch, a trick of the light. But there was nothing. The dress was undeniably, impossibly floating. And then, from somewhere very close, so close it felt like it was inside my own head, I heard it again. Not singing this time. A low, soft giggle. A child's giggle, full of innocent mirth, yet utterly terrifying in its context. My blood ran cold. The dress, which had been perfectly still, now began to sway gently, as if an unseen wearer was shifting their weight. Just a tiny, almost imperceptible movement, but enough to make my stomach clench with terror. The air in the clearing suddenly felt heavy, oppressive, as if the very oxygen was being squeezed out of it. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but stand there, rooted to the spot, staring at that impossible, empty dress. But my legs would not obey. They felt like lead, cemented to the damp earth. My mind was screaming, but no sound came out. The giggle came again, a little louder this time, and it seemed to emanate from the dress itself. Or rather, from the empty space within the dress. My eyes were fixed on the blue cotton, on the tiny empty sleeves. I could almost feel a presence there, a cold, unseen form filling the fabric. The smell of decay, which I had dismissed earlier, was now overwhelming, thick and cloying, like old flowers and wet earth. Then, slowly, agonizingly slowly, one of the empty sleeves lifted, just a fraction of an inch, as if an invisible arm was raising it. It hovered there for a moment, then dropped back down. Then, the other sleeve did the same. A slow, deliberate, unnatural movement. A whimper escaped my throat. This was it. This was the moment my sanity finally snapped. I was seeing things. I was hallucinating. The stress, the isolation, the breakup, it had all finally caught up to me. But the fear was too real, too visceral, to be a hallucination. My body was screaming at me to flee. My instincts were in full-blown panic mode. The dress began to spin. Slowly at first, a gentle twirl, the faded blue fabric fanning out slightly. Then faster, picking up momentum, until it was a blur of blue, a vortex of cotton, still perfectly suspended in the air. The giggle returned, louder now, almost a cackle, echoing off the ancient trees, bouncing around the clearing until it felt like 1,000 children were laughing around me. And then the singing started again. But it was not the sweet lullaby anymore. It was the same melody, but distorted, warped, sung in a chorus of voices, some high and childlike, others deep and guttural, all overlaying each other, creating a cacophony of sound that clawed at my brain. Sleep, my child, and slumber deep the forest calls, your soul to keep. The lyrics had changed. And the voices, oh God, the voices. They were not just singing. They were whispering now, intertwining with the melody, hissing my name, inviting me. Alex, come join us. My name. They knew my name. How? I had not spoken it aloud since I left civilization. The spinning dress suddenly stopped. as abruptly as it had started. It hung there again, perfectly still, the blue fabric now seeming darker, almost black in the dim light. And then, from the empty space where the child's head should have been, 2 pinpricks of light, a faint, sickly yellow, flickered into existence. They were not eyes, not really. More like distant, malevolent stars, embedded in the fabric of nothingness. I finally found my voice, a strangled, guttural sound that tore from my throat. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet, scrambling desperately to get away. My mind was a whirlwind of terror. This was not a child. This was not human. This was a thing, an entity, and it had lured me here. The dress began to float towards me, slowly, deliberately, the 2 yellow pinpricks of light fixed on my face. The whispers grew louder, clearer, like 1,000 tiny voices buzzing around my head. You are lost, we found you, you belong here. I scrambled to my feet, my legs burning, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I did not care which way was out. I just needed to get away from it. I crashed through the thorny bushes I had just come through, not caring about the scratches and tears in my clothes, the blood welling on my skin. Behind me, the giggling intensified, a chilling sound that seemed to follow my every step. The singing, too, was a constant drone, a chorus of ghostly voices urging me to stop, to turn back, to embrace the darkness. I ran blindly, crashing through the undergrowth, tripping over roots, my lungs burning, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. The forest, which had once seemed so peaceful, was now a terrifying living entity, its branches reaching out like grasping claws, its shadows concealing unseen horrors. Every rustle of leaves sounded like a footstep behind me, every creak of a tree trunk like a whispered invitation. I did not know if the dress was still following, but the presence was undeniable. It felt like a cold, invisible hand was reaching for my back, brushing against my hair. The whispers were constant, surrounding me, invading my thoughts, trying to break my resolve. Give up, it is easier, join us. I just kept running. My sense of direction was completely gone. I did not know where the main trail was, or the stream, or anything familiar. I was simply fleeing, driven by a primal, overwhelming terror. My vision blurred with tears and sweat, my breath coming in ragged gasps. At one point, I thought I saw a flicker of blue between the trees, just behind me. A flash of cotton moving silently, swiftly through the dense woods. I did not dare look back properly. The image of those 2 sickly yellow lights, hovering in the empty space of the dress, was burned into my mind. I ran until my legs gave out, until I collapsed, gasping for air, leaning against the rough bark of a massive oak tree. The whispers seemed to fade slightly, but the oppressive weight of the forest remained. I could still hear the faint, distorted echo of the lullaby, a ghostly melody carried on the wind. I forced myself up, shaking, my body screaming in protest. I could not stop. Not yet. Not until I was out of this place. I do not know how long I ran after that. It could have been minutes. It could have been hours. Time had lost all meaning. My mind was a blank slate of pure, unadulterated fear. I just kept pushing forward, one painful step after another, driven by the desperate hope of seeing something, anything, familiar. And then, through a gap in the trees, I saw it. A faint, almost imperceptible line of light in the distance. The edge of the forest. The road. A surge of adrenaline, fresh and potent, coursed through me. I stumbled, half ran, half crawled toward it, my vision tunneled, focused solely on that distant sliver of escape. I burst out of the tree line, tripping onto the asphalt of the old logging road where I would park my car days ago. I did not even remember the exact location, but my car was there, thank God. It was almost completely dark now, the sky a deep, bruised purple. The air felt different here, lighter, cleaner, even though it was still the same forest air. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the lock. Finally, with a desperate click, the door unlocked. I practically threw myself inside, slamming the door shut and locking it with a frantic pull of a lever. I slumped against the steering wheel, gasping, trying to calm my racing heart. The silence inside the car, broken only by my ragged breathing, was a profound relief. I started the engine, the roar of the old SUV a comforting, familiar sound, a stark contrast to the haunting whispers of the woods. As I put the car in reverse, my eyes darted to the rearview mirror. The edge of the forest, dark and foreboding, loomed behind me. And there, standing just at the tree line, perfectly still, was a small pale blue shape. The dress. It was not floating now. It was standing upright, as if an invisible child was simply standing there, watching me. And in the dim light, I could have sworn I saw those two sickly yellow pinpricks of light flicker, once, twice, before the darkness of the forest swallowed them whole. I floored the accelerator, not caring about the gravel spitting from my tires, not caring about anything but putting as much distance between myself and that place as humanly possible. I drove for hours, not stopping until I reached the first brightly lit gas station, miles and miles away. I never went back to Blackwood National Forest. I never went hiking again, not really. Even now, years later, the memory of that empty, floating dress, the haunting lullaby, and those terrible knowing whispers still sends a chill down my spine. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls just right, I swear I can still hear a faint, distant melody, a child's voice singing a lullaby. And I always wonder, what if I had not run? What if I had stayed and listened to the forest call? What if I had slumbered deep? And what, or who, was wearing that dress when it stood at the tree line, watching me leave? I never want to know. Some mysteries are better left buried in the dark, ancient heart of the woods. The first couple of days in Blackwood National Forest had been glorious, filled with crisp air and profound peace. I truly felt healing, the raw edges of my recent breakup finally starting to smooth over. The silence was a balm, the towering pines a comforting presence, and the vastness of nature made my personal woes feel small and manageable. I would found a perfect little spot near a trickling stream, nestled deep enough that I had not seen another soul since I would park my beat-up Subaru Forester at the trailhead, 3 miles back. My tent was set up, a small fire pit dug, and my supplies neatly organized. I was unplugged, unwound, and for the first time in months, genuinely content. Then came the third day. It started subtly, a barely perceptible shift in the atmosphere. The air, which had been so clean and invigorating, seemed to carry a faint, almost metallic tang, like distant ozone or old blood. The birds, usually a constant chorus, were strangely quiet in the afternoon, their usual chatter replaced by an unnerving stillness. I tried to shrug it off, telling myself it was just my imagination, a lingering neurosis from the breakup finally catching up to me. But a prickle of unease started to crawl up my spine, a feeling I could not quite shake. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and fiery orange, I built my campfire, the crackle and warmth a welcome comfort against the encroaching chill. I cooked a simple meal of instant noodles and dehydrated vegetables, trying to focus on the mundane tasks, but my eyes kept darting to the shadowy edges of the forest. Every snapped twig, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt through me. It was like the forest had suddenly become aware of my presence, and it was not entirely pleased. I was stirring my coffee, the last embers of the sunset fading to black, when I saw them for the first time. High up, impossibly high, in the dense canopy of an ancient oak, 2 pinpricks of light glowed with an eerie, sickly yellow. They were perfectly still, perfectly level, like a pair of eyes staring directly at me through the gloom. My heart gave a violent lurch, sloshing coffee over my hand. I froze, spoon halfway to my mouth, my breath catching in my throat. what they... I whispered, my voice barely audible above the gentle hiss of the dying fire. I stared, unblinking, trying to rationalize it. An owl. No, owls had reflective eyes, but they would not glow like that, not with such a consistent internal light. A bobcat. Too high, too still. A deer. Again, too high. And the color, it was wrong. Not the familiar gleam of an animal's eyes in the dark, but a distinct, unnatural luminescence. I blinked hard, then rubbed my eyes. When I looked again, they were still there, unmoving, unblinking, just watching. A cold dread began to seep into my bones, a feeling far more primal than any breakup pain. This was not an animal. This was something else. I forced myself to breathe, to think. It is nothing, I muttered, trying to convince myself. Just a trick of the light. Or maybe some kind of bioluminescent fungus on a branch, reflecting the last bit of light. It was a weak explanation, and I knew it. The glow was too symmetrical, too deliberate. Reluctantly, I reached for my headlamp, flicking it on and aiming the beam directly at the eyes. The powerful lead cut through the darkness, illuminating the gnarled branches of the oak. For a split second, the yellow pinpricks seemed to intensify, like they were reacting to the light, before winking out completely. I held the beam steady, sweeping it across the branches, searching for any sign, any reflection. Nothing. Just the dark, silent wood. See, I told myself, my voice shaky. Nothing. Just something reflecting. But my hands were trembling as I poured the rest of my coffee, and I found myself constantly glancing back at the spot where the eyes had been. The warmth of the fire felt less comforting now, more like a beacon in the vast, indifferent darkness. I ate my noodles quickly, the taste bland and unappealing, my appetite gone. I tried to read, but my eyes kept drifting from the page, drawn to the perimeter of my camp. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every rustle of leaves sounded like movement. The silence that had once been so peaceful now felt oppressive, expectant. Eventually, I gave up on reading. I doused the fire thoroughly, making sure every ember was out, and retreated into the relative safety of my tent. Zipping up the flap, I felt a momentary sense of relief, but it was fleeting. I lay in my sleeping bag, headlamp on low, listening. The forest was alive with its usual nocturnal sounds, the chirping of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of small creatures in the undergrowth. But overlaying it all was a new, unsettling silence, a vast, empty space that felt like it was holding its breath. I could not resist. I unzipped a small mesh window on my tent, just enough to peer out. There they were, the two yellow pinpricks, high in the oak, glowing steadily. They had not moved an inch. They were just watching. A shiver ran through me, despite the warmth of my sleeping bag. I pulled the zipper shut, feeling a ridiculous urge to cover my head, to make myself invisible. Sleep that night was a fitful, shallow affair, punctuated by the vivid image of those glowing eyes. Every time I drifted off, I would snap awake, convinced I could feel their unwavering gaze penetrating the thin fabric of my tent. The next morning, day 4, I woke up feeling exhausted and on edge. The forest seemed different in the daylight, somehow less welcoming, more watchful. The metallic scent was still there, faint but persistent. I packed up my breakfast gear, my movements hurried and clumsy. I tried to tell myself it was just a strange animal, that I was overreacting, but the memory of those unblinking yellow lights was burned into my mind. I spent the morning hiking, trying to clear my head, trying to convince myself that a good long walk would shake off the lingering paranoia. I pushed deeper into the woods, following a barely visible game trail. I kept my eyes peeled, scanning the trees, half expecting to see something, half dreading it. I saw squirrels, jays, even a deer bounding through the undergrowth, all natural, all explicable. But the eyes were nowhere to be seen. By late afternoon, I felt a little better, a little more grounded. Maybe it had just been a trick of the light or a particularly strange animal. I decided to move my camp just in case. It felt like a concession to my fear, but also a practical step. I packed everything up, hiked about a quarter mile further down the stream, and set up my tent in a new, more secluded spot, surrounded by thicker brush. There, I thought, wiping sweat from my brow. Problem solved. I built a new fire, cooked another bland meal, and tried to recapture the peace of the first 2 days. As darkness fell, I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe this new spot would be different. Maybe the thing, whatever it was, would not find me here. I was wrong. As the last vestiges of twilight bled from the sky, I saw them again. Not in the same oak, but in a massive pine, even taller and denser than the first, perhaps 50 yards from my new campsite. The same 2 pinpricks of sickly yellow light, glowing steadily. But they were closer. My breath hitched. They were no longer distant, high in the canopy. They were still high, but they felt present, closer to the ground level, perhaps only 30 or 40 feet up, directly overlooking my new tent. The previous night, they had felt like a distant, unsettling observation. Tonight, they felt like a direct, focused stare. The fear that had been a dull ache yesterday now flared into a sharp, icy terror. This was not random. It was not a coincidence. This thing had followed me. I gripped my coffee mug so hard my knuckles turned white. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden silence of the forest. The metallic tang in the air was stronger now, a coppery hint beneath the scent of pine and damp earth. I stared back, unable to tear my gaze away. The eyes seemed to pulsate faintly, almost imperceptibly, as if with a slow, deliberate breath. There was no reflection, no flicker. Just that steady, unwavering glow. "What are you?" I whispered, my voice hoarse. I wanted to scream, to run, but my feet felt rooted to the ground. My mind raced, trying to come up with any logical explanation, any shred of scientific reason. But there was none. This was beyond anything I knew. I fumbled for my headlamp again, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I flicked it on, training the beam on the eyes. Again, they seemed to intensify for a split second, then vanished. I swept the beam frantically, searching, but saw nothing but the dark, crisscrossing branches. When I turned the headlamp off, the darkness seemed to press in on me, heavier than before. I waited, holding my breath, my eyes straining. A minute passed. 2, 3. Then they reappeared. Not exactly in the same spot, but slightly to the left and a little lower, as if they had moved silently through the branches, repositioning themselves. Panic began to set in, cold and sharp. This was not an animal hiding from the light. This was something that understood the light, that reacted to it, and then deliberately repositioned itself to continue its surveillance. I spent the rest of the evening huddled by the fire, feeding it logs, trying to keep the flames high and bright, as if the light could somehow ward off the unseen watcher. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every rustle sounded like a deliberate step. I imagined a gaunt, impossibly tall figure, hidden by the dense foliage, its glowing eyes fixed on me. Sleep was impossible. I retreated to my tent, but this time I did not even bother to peek out. I just lay there, listening to the pounding of my heart, acutely aware of the eyes outside, closer now, watching. I could feel their presence, a heavy weight in the air around my tent. Day 5 dawned, gray and damp. The air felt heavy, oppressive. I had not slept a wink, and my nerves were frayed. My rational mind was screaming at me to pack up and get out. Just leave. Go home. But some stubborn, defiant part of me, perhaps the same part that had driven me into the wilderness to find myself after the breakup, resisted. I was not going to let some things scare me away. Not yet. I spent the day feeling like a hunted animal. Every step I took, I felt a gaze on my back. I tried to busy myself collecting firewood, filtering water, but my movements were jerky, my focus scattered. I kept looking up, scanning the treetops, convinced I would catch a glimpse of whatever it was in the daylight. But the forest remained silent, impenetrable. The metallic smell was now a constant presence, a sickly overlay to the natural forest odors. As evening approached, a profound sense of dread settled over me. I knew they would be back, and I knew they would be closer. I built the biggest fire I could manage, a roaring inferno that threw dancing shadows deep into the woods. I even set up my camp chair facing the direction where I expected the eyes to appear, a pathetic attempt at defiance. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the forest plunged into twilight. I gripped my axe, which I had brought for splitting firewood, and tried to appear calm, but my insides were churning with terror. And then there they were, 2 pinpricks of intense, malevolent yellow light. They were in a cluster of hemlock trees directly across the stream from my campsite, no more than 20 feet away. And they were not just high up anymore. They were at eye level, perhaps 10 feet off the ground, peering through a gap in the branches directly at me. This time, the glow was so bright, so focused, that I could almost make out the outline of something around them. A vague, elongated shape, darker than the surrounding darkness, impossibly thin, blending seamlessly with the shadows. It looked like a living shadow, a distortion in the very fabric of the night. My blood ran cold. This was not just watching anymore. This was a direct, menacing presence. I could feel its gaze, a physical pressure on my skin, a violation of my personal space. The air grew heavy still, and an unnatural cold seemed to radiate from the direction of the eyes, despite the roaring fire. I stared, transfixed, my axe forgotten in my lap. The eyes were hypnotic, drawing me in. They seemed to hold an ancient, terrible intelligence, a deep, unsettling awareness. I could almost hear a faint, high-pitched hum in my ears, or was that just the sound of my own terror? I tried to speak, but my throat was dry, constricted. I wanted to yell, to curse, to demand it leave, but no sound came out. The eyes did not move. They simply watched. And for the first time, I felt a terrifying certainty this thing was not just observing me. It was studying me, waiting for something, waiting for me to break, waiting for the right moment. I spent the entire night by the fire, axe clutched in my lap, eyes fixed on the glowing yellow orbs. They never moved, never wavered. They were a constant, terrifying beacon in the suffocating darkness. I saw shapes in the shadows behind them, glimpses of something too tall, too angular, too wrong. A sense of immense age, of something that had been in these woods for millennia, settled over me. It was not just a creature, it was a part of the forest, a monstrous, living spirit of the ancient trees. By the time the first hint of dawn touched the sky, I was a wreck. My body ached from tension. My mind was a jumble of fear and sleep deprivation. But as the light grew stronger, the yellow eyes slowly, gradually faded. They did not blink out like before. They just dimmed, becoming less distinct, until they were gone, absorbed back into the forest shadows. Day 6. I was beyond rational thought. Panic was a cold, hard knot in my stomach. My hands trembled constantly. I was jumpy, every sound making me flinch. I knew I had to leave. The stubbornness was gone, replaced by an overwhelming, primal urge to flee. But first, I had to see. I had to know what I was dealing with. Armed with my axe and my headlamp, I cautiously approached the hemlock trees where the eyes had been. The metallic scent was overpowering here, mingled with something else, something fetid and earthy, like decaying leaves and wet stone. The ground was unusually soft, almost spongy. I pushed through the dense undergrowth, my heart pounding. I found the spot where I estimated the eyes had been. There was no disturbed earth, no broken branches, no tracks. Nothing. It was as if whatever had been there had simply phased out of existence. But as I looked up into the dense canopy of the hemlocks, I saw something. A cluster of branches impossibly high were bent and twisted in a way that seemed unnatural, almost braided together, forming a crude, dark nest. And clinging to the bark of one of the branches, at about 10 feet up, was a faint, sickly, yellow residue. It glowed faintly, even in the daylight, like a smear of phosphorescence. My stomach churned. It was from the eyes. It was real. I backed away slowly, my skin crawling. This was not an animal. This was something ancient, something alien, something that did not leave tracks and glowed with its own internal light. And it was getting closer. I stumbled back to my camp, my mind racing. I had to get out. Tonight. There was no way I could spend another night here. I started packing, moving with a frantic urgency. My hands fumbled with the straps of my backpack, my mind already calculating the 3 miles back to my car, the endless stretch of dark road. I knew it would be a dangerous hike, but staying here felt like certain death. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in a terrifyingly familiar palette of bruised purples, I made a decision. I would not wait for it to get completely dark. I would leave now while there was still some ambient light, even if it meant hiking in deep twilight. I shouldered my pack, grabbed my axe, and took one last look around the campsite. The air was thick, heavy with the metallic scent and that unnatural cold. I could feel its presence even before the darkness fully settled. As I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of them. Not in the trees this time. They were at the very edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of the dying light, perhaps 50 feet away, lower than ever before, almost at my height. And they were not just pinpricks. They were larger now, the size of a human fist, glowing with an intense, malevolent yellow. And around them, I could clearly discern a shape. It was tall, impossibly tall and gaunt, like a skeletal figure draped in shadows. Its limbs were long and spindly, bending at unnatural angles, covered in what looked like bark or some form of dark, craggy hide. It seemed to sway slightly, almost imperceptibly, like a tree in a faint breeze. Its head was small, almost non-existent, a mere knot from which the eyes protruded. It did not have a mouth or a nose or any discernible features other than those 2 terrifying, luminous orbs. It was horrifying, a living nightmare made manifest. My heart seized in my chest. This was it. It was not just watching anymore. It was waiting. And I had waited too long. I did not scream. I could not. A raw, guttural sound tore from my throat, but it was swallowed by the sudden, profound silence of the forest. I turned and ran. I ran blindly, crashing through the undergrowth, my backpack bouncing awkwardly. Branches whipped at my face, roots tripped my feet, but I did not stop. I could feel its gaze on my back, a burning sensation that propelled me forward. I heard it then. Not a sound of footsteps, not a rustle of leaves, but a faint, high-pitched creak, like old wood groaning under immense pressure, coming from directly behind me. It was moving through the trees, silently, effortlessly, keeping pace. I risked a glance over my shoulder. Through the deepening gloom, I saw them. The 2 yellow orbs, moving rapidly through the canopy, always just behind me, always at my height. They were like 2 evil lanterns, guiding a monstrous shadow. Panic lent me a strength I did not know I possessed. I pumped my legs, gasping for breath, my lungs burning. The metallic smell was everywhere now, suffocating. The air grew colder, colder than the late autumn night should allow. The creaking sound grew closer, sometimes accompanied by a soft thump, like something impossibly heavy landing lightly on a branch. I could hear the faint, high hum again, a sound that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. I stumbled, falling hard, my axe flying from my hand. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the searing pain in my knee, my hand instinctively reaching for the axe. but it was lost in the dark. I did not have time. The eyes were closer, so close I could feel the cold radiating from them, so close I could almost see the distorted, shadowy form of the creature looming just beyond my peripheral vision. I could hear a faint, rasping sound, like dry leaves skittering across stone, but it was not the wind. It was coming from it. I broke through a thicket of thorns, tearing my jacket and scratching my arms, and suddenly, I saw it. A faint, almost invisible path. The trailhead. The path to my car. I burst out of the trees into the relative openness of the old logging road, gasping for air, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. I did not look back. I just ran, my legs screaming in protest, my mind a blank slate of pure, unadulterated terror. I did not stop until I reached my Subaru, fumbling with the keys, my hand shaking so violently I could barely insert it into the lock. I threw my pack into the back, scrambled into the driver's seat, and locked the doors, my eyes darting to the rear-view mirror. There, at the very edge of the forest, where the tree line met the old road, they were. Two brilliant, malevolent yellow eyes. They were still high, shrouded by the deepest shadows of the oldest pines, but they were there, watching, unmoving. They did not come out onto the road. They just stood at the threshold, a silent, terrifying promise that the forest had not given up its claim. I started the engine, the roar of the Subaru's motor a deafening, beautiful sound. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and sped down the dirt road, not daring to look back again until the glowing eyes were swallowed by the distant darkness. I drove for hours, not stopping until I reached a brightly lit gas station on the highway, miles and miles from Blackwood. I stumbled inside, bought a coffee, and sat shivering in the fluorescent light, the metallic scent still clinging to my clothes, the phantom cold still in my bones. I never went back to Blackwood National Forest. I never will. The peace I sought there was shattered, replaced by a deep-seated paranoia that still haunts me. I sleep with a nightlight now, and I can't stand the sight of dense trees at night. Every shadow seems to hold a shape. Every rustle of leaves sounds like that impossible creak. Sometimes late at night, when the world is quiet and the streetlights outside my window cast long, skeletal shadows, I feel it. That familiar, icy cold. That faint, high hum. And I know with a terrifying certainty that somewhere high in the ancient trees of Blackwood National Forest, those two sickly yellow eyes are still watching, waiting. And I wonder sometimes if they are waiting for me to come back, or if they are just waiting for the next lost soul to wander too deep into their woods. By day 5, I was terrified. Not just a little scared, not just on edge, but truly, deeply, bone-chillingly terrified. The kind of fear that makes your stomach clench into a permanent knot, that keeps your jaw locked tight, and makes every shadow in your peripheral vision seem to writhe. I would spend the night huddled by the fire, feeding it every scrap of what I could find, acutely aware of those unwavering yellow pinpricks of light watching me from the massive pine. They had not moved an inch, not one single twitch. They just stared. My mind, what little was left of it, raced. I built nothing. I could not. My hands were shaking too badly. I just sat there, clutching my hunting knife, staring back at the tree, convinced that if I looked away for even a second, it would be on me. The fire was my only defense, a pathetic, flickering barrier against something I could not even comprehend. The metallic tang in the air was stronger than ever, almost coppery, like old blood. And the silence. God, the silence. No crickets, no rustling leaves, just the crackle of my fire and the frantic thumping of my own heart. As the first sliver of dawn painted the sky a bruised purple, those terrible yellow lights finally, mercifully, vanished. I did not breathe until they were gone. Then I scrambled to my feet, my muscles screaming in protest, and began to pack. Not carefully, not methodically. I threw things into my pack, leaving behind anything that was not absolutely essential. My tent, my sleeping bag, My cooking gear, all of it was secondary to getting the hell out of there. My mind was screaming one word: run. I did not care about the peace anymore. I did not care about the solitude. I just wanted to be out of Blackwood National Forest. I wanted concrete, asphalt, the sound of traffic, the indifferent gaze of streetlights. Anything but this oppressive, ancient darkness. My plan, if you could even call it that, was simple: head east. I remembered seeing an old, faded trail marker on my map, deep in a section of the forest I would originally plan to avoid because it looked too dense, too wild. But now dense and wild sounded like a good place to disappear. Maybe I could lose whatever this thing was. Maybe I could find a game trail, anything that led out. The morning was cold, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. Even the sun, when it finally broke through the canopy, felt weak and distant. I moved as fast as my aching body would allow, pushing through thorny underbrush, scrambling over fallen logs. Every snapped twig, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of ice through my veins. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I would see those two yellow lights following me, even in broad daylight. But they did not appear. That in itself was almost worse. It meant it was either waiting, or it was so close I would not see it until it was too late. Hours passed. I drank sparingly from my water bottle, my throat raw from dehydration and fear. My legs burned, my lungs ached, but I could not stop. I just kept pushing. The trees grew thicker, older, their branches gnarled and twisted like skeletal fingers. The ground became uneven, littered with moss-covered rocks and exposed roots. I knew I was off any established trail, probably miles from where I should be, but I did not care. I just needed to keep moving, to put distance between myself and that campsite. Around midday, I found myself in a section of the forest that felt different, even more ancient. The air here was heavy, stagnant, and the metallic tang was almost overpowering. It tasted like rust and something else, something I could not quite place, but that made my stomach churn. The trees here were enormous, impossibly old pines and oaks, their trunks wider than my outstretched arms. The canopy was so dense that only slivers of light managed to pierce through, creating an eternal twilight on the forest floor. Then I saw it. At first, I thought it was just another cluster of unusually shaped rocks, half buried in the earth. But as I drew closer, pushing aside a curtain of thick, clinging vines, I realized what they were: headstones. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, scattered haphazardly across a small clearing. The graveyard was completely overgrown, reclaimed by the forest. Thick moss coated every surface, obscuring names and dates. Vines snaked around crumbling obelisks, pulling them down into the damp earth. Trees had grown up through the plots, their roots cracking and displacing the stone markers, some of them even growing around the headstones, swallowing them whole. It was like the forest itself was trying to erase this place from existence. A forgotten graveyard, deep in Blackwood National Forest. My blood ran cold, not just from the discovery, but from the sudden, profound sense of wrongness that permeated the air here. It felt like a place where the veil between worlds was thin, almost transparent. I hesitated, wanting desperately to turn around and run, but a morbid curiosity, or perhaps just the sheer exhaustion of my flight, held me in place. This place felt significant, like it held answers, or at least a piece of the puzzle of what was happening to me. I stepped cautiously into the clearing, my boots crunching on fallen leaves and brittle twigs. The silence here was even more profound than anywhere else in the forest. It was not just the absence of birdsong, it was an active, heavy silence, as if the very air was holding its breath. I started to examine the graves, carefully pushing aside the moss and vines. Most of the inscriptions were too faded to read, but some were still legible, etched deeply into the weathered stone. The first one I could make out was a small, almost childlike stone, tilted precariously. Elijah Grace, B., 1898, D. 1904. Taken too soon. 6 years old. My stomach twisted. Another, taller stone, half swallowed by a massive oak root. Martha Blackwood, B. 1875, D. 1895. Her light extinguished before its time. 20 years old. I moved from grave to grave, a growing sense of dread building in my chest. The dates were not consistent. Some were from the late 1800s, others early 1900s. A few even seemed to be from the mid-20th century. But there was a pattern emerging, a horrifying, undeniable pattern. Every single legible grave I found belonged to someone who had died. Young, children, teenagers, young adults. Thomas Reynolds, B. 1910, D. 1928. A Life Unlived. Sarah Jenkins, B. 1935, D. 1947. Beloved daughter, gone too soon. Lillian Mayfield, B. 1880, D. 1899. Snuffed out like a candle. The epitaphs were all variations of the same theme: lives cut short, potential unfulfilled, tragic and untimely deaths. It was not a family graveyard, or at least not one family. The surnames were all different: Grace, Blackwood, Reynolds, Jenkins, Mayfield, Thompson, Peterson, Miller. It was a collection of the prematurely deceased. And then I saw it, a grave that made my blood run cold in a way the others had not. It was smaller than most, nestled beneath the crumbling remnants of what might have once been a small angel statue, now headless and wingless. The stone was older, more worn, but somehow the inscription seemed clearer, as if the forest had not tried quite as hard to erase this one. Isabella Wright, B. 1860, D. 1876. She saw it coming. The last line. She saw it coming. What did that mean? What did she see? My eyes darted around the overgrown clearing, a new, even more potent wave of fear washing over me. This was not just a place of rest, it felt like a place of prey. The metallic tang in the air here was so strong it made my teeth ache. It was not just rust, it was something deeper, something organic and horrifying. I realized what it was. It was the smell of old, dry blood. Not just a trace, but a pervasive, lingering scent, woven into the very fabric of the earth and the moss. I looked up, my gaze sweeping the towering trees that enclosed the graveyard. And then I saw them, two sickly yellow pinpricks of light, impossibly high in a massive ancient oak that stood sentinel at the very edge of the clearing. They were watching me. They had followed me. Or perhaps they had been here all along, waiting. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the suffocating silence. It was not just a creature. It was this place. This graveyard was connected to it. The metallic tang, the silence, the feeling of being watched, it all coalesced into a horrifying understanding. This forest was not just wild, it was hungry. And this graveyard was its larder. I stumbled backward, tripping over a half-buried stone, catching myself just before I fell. My breath hitched in my throat. The yellow eyes did not move. They just glowed, unwavering, malevolent. I started scanning the other graves again, more frantically this time. My eyes darted from stone to stone, trying to find another clue, another warning. And then I saw it. Not an inscription, but something else. On several of the older, more weathered stones, barely visible beneath layers of moss, I saw faint, almost imperceptible etchings. Not names or dates. These were symbols. Crude, ancient-looking symbols, like distorted triangles or jagged lines intersecting. And on the grave of Isabella Wright, the one that read "She saw it coming," the symbol was clearer than on any other. It looked like a stylized, almost predatory eye. My headlamp was still in my pack, but I did not dare reach for it. I knew what would happen. They would vanish, and I needed to see them. I needed to know they were real, that I was not losing my mind. A cold breeze, unnatural in its suddenness, swept through the clearing, rustling the dry leaves and making the vines on the headstones tremble. It carried a whisper, faint and indistinct, like dry leaves skittering across stone. It sounded like a multitude of voices, too soft to understand, too numerous to ignore. They never should have died. I mumbled to myself, the words barely audible over the frantic pounding of my blood in my ears. They never should have died yet. The yellow eyes seemed to intensify, to burn brighter. I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to run, to flee this cursed place, but my feet felt rooted to the earth. It was as if the graveyard itself was holding me captive, demanding that I witness its horrors. I felt a pressure building in my head, a dull throb behind my eyes, as if the sheer weight of sorrow and unnatural death in this place was physically pressing down on me. I noticed something I would initially dismissed as just another strange plant, growing on several of the graves, particularly around Isabella Wrightstone, were clusters of small, dark red berries. They looked almost like tiny drops of congealed blood, nestled among the moss. They were not like any berry I would ever seen in the forest. They looked wrong, unnatural. And then I remembered the metallic tang, the coppery scent. It was not just in the air, it was here. These berries, perhaps, were a manifestation of it, or they thrived on it. As I stared at the berries, a shadow detached itself from the base of the massive oak where the eyes glowed. It was not a distinct shape, more like a deeper patch of darkness that moved with an unsettling fluidity. It glided, rather than walked, among the ancient trees, staying just at the edge of the clearing, always keeping those terrible yellow eyes fixed on me. It was big, bigger than any animal I knew, and silent, utterly, unearthly silent. My mind scrambled, trying to make sense of it. A creature that harvested the young, a guardian of this macabre graveyard. Or was it something else entirely, something that fed on the grief, the fear, the lingering spirits of those who died too soon? I felt a sudden, sharp chill, not from the air, but from within. It was the feeling of being utterly, completely exposed. The creature was not just watching me, it was sizing me up. I was the next one, another entry for this forgotten graveyard. My hand instinctively went to the hunting knife at my belt. It felt pathetically small, useless against whatever this thing was. But it was all I had. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to steady my racing heart. I had to get out. I could not stay here. This place was a trap, a slow, agonizing death. I slowly, carefully, began to back away, my eyes locked on the glowing yellow lights. The shadow at the edge of the clearing seemed to stretch, to grow, its formless mass undulating slightly. The metallic tang in the air grew so strong it was almost suffocating, like breathing in a mouthful of pennies. As I reached the edge of the clearing, where the thick underbrush began, the whispers returned, louder this time. They were not just a rustle, they were distinct, faint voices, overlapping, mournful. Do not go. Stay with us. It is waiting. He is hungry. The voices seemed to emanate from the very graves themselves, from the earth, from the air around me. The fear escalated into full-blown panic. I was not just being watched by one thing, I was surrounded by the echoes of its victims. My feet found purchase on a gnarled root, and I pushed off, breaking into a clumsy run. I plunged into the dense woods, not caring where I was going, just needing to escape the suffocating presence of the graveyard. The trees seemed to close in around me, their branches snagging at my clothes, whipping at my face. The undergrowth became a tangled mess, tripping me, scratching my arms and legs. I could hear nothing but my own ragged breathing and the frantic thumping of my heart. Then, through the dense foliage behind me, I saw them again, the two yellow eyes. They were moving, weaving through the trees with impossible speed and grace, keeping pace with me. They were not just following, they were hurting me. I pushed harder, my lungs burning, a scream lodged in my throat. I stumbled, fell, scraped my knee on a sharp rock, but scrambled back up without even registering pain. My mind was a primal mess of flight or fight. The whispers followed me, too. Fainter now, but still there, a chilling chorus of spectral voices chasing me through the ancient forest. You can't escape. He will find you. One of us. I did not know how long I ran. Minutes. Hours. Time had ceased to have meaning. All that mattered was the rhythm of my pounding feet, the burning in my chest, and the relentless pursuit of those glowing yellow eyes. At one point, I risked a glance over my shoulder, and my blood ran cold. The creature was closer, much closer. I could make out more of its form now. It was tall, impossibly slender, almost skeletal, its limbs unnaturally long. Its skin, if it even had skin, seemed to absorb the dim light, making it a moving void in the already dark woods. And those eyes, they were not just glowing, they seemed to bore into my very soul, filled with an ancient, predatory intelligence. It was not a beast. It was something far worse. Something that understood. Something that enjoyed the hunt. A flash of movement to my left. I veered right, crashing through a thicket of thorns, tearing my jacket. Another flash to my right. It was playing with me, circling me, cutting off my escape routes. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that I was not going to make it out of Blackwood National Forest. Not alive, anyway. I burst into a small, relatively clear patch of ground, gasping for air, my body screaming for me to stop. The metallic tang was overwhelming here, stronger than ever. It was like I was running through a cloud of it. And then I stopped dead. In the center of this small clearing, half buried in the damp earth, was another headstone. This one was newer, less weathered than the ones in the graveyard. It was made of a darker, almost black stone, and the inscription was shockingly clear. Here lies an unknown, lost to the Blackwood, 2023. My breath caught in my throat. 2023. This year. This was not an ancient graveyard. It was an active one. And the unknown part, it meant they had not even found a body. Just a burial marker for a life that simply ceased to be. As I stared at the stone, a terrifying realization dawned on me. The metallic tang in the air. The silence. The creature. The graveyard. It was not just a place where people died young, it was a place where people disappeared, where they were taken. And then I felt it, a presence right behind me. The air grew icy cold, and the coppery scent of blood filled my nostrils, so potent it made my eyes water. I did not need to turn around. I could feel its breath on the back of my neck, cold and stale, smelling of damp earth and something else, something utterly foul and ancient. A whisper, clear as a bell, detached from the chorus of the graveyard, spoke directly into my ear. It was not human. It was deep, guttural, like rocks grinding together, yet somehow perfectly articulated. Welcome home. A searing pain erupted in my shoulder as something impossibly sharp, like talons or ancient claws, raked across my skin. I screamed a raw, animalistic sound and stumbled forward, falling to my knees in front of the fresh headstone. My hand flew to my shoulder, my fingers coming away slick with warm blood. The metallic tang was no longer just in the air, it was on me, in me. I scrambled to my feet, spinning around, my hunting knife clutched tightly in my shaking hand. The creature stood before me, fully revealed in the dim light of the perpetual twilight. It was tall, gaunt, its limbs disproportionately long and ending in those razor-sharp claws. Its body was a skeletal frame, almost transparent in places, as if it was barely tethered to the physical world. Its head was small, almost bird-like, with no discernible features beyond the two burning yellow eyes that pulsed with an unholy light. Its mouth was a gaping maw, filled with rows of needle-like teeth, even now smeared with something dark and viscous. It was not flesh and bone. It was shadow and hunger, an ancient horror given form. It took a slow, deliberate step towards me, its head cocked, those terrible eyes never leaving mine. It was savoring the moment, enjoying my terror. I raised my knife, a pathetic gesture of defiance. "Stay back," I croaked, my voice a mere whisper. It responded with a sound that was not a growl, but a chilling, drawn-out hiss, like air escaping from a tomb. And then, from its formless body, a tendril of shadow, thin and whip-like, shot out and wrapped around my knife hand, squeezing. The pain was immediate and excruciating. My fingers went numb, and the knife clattered to the ground. The creature reeled in a tendril, pulling me forward, closer to its terrifying form. I could see the faint, almost invisible outlines of other shapes around it now, like distortions in the air, the lingering specters of its past victims, their forms indistinct, their whispers a deafening roar in my mind. They were all around us, silent witnesses, perhaps even accomplices. The creature pulled me closer still, its face, if you could call it that, mere inches from mine. The smell of decay and old blood was overwhelming, making me gag. Those yellow eyes, so close now, pulsed with a malevolent glee. I could see the ancient hunger in them, a bottomless pit of desire. It was not just going to kill me, it was going to consume me. My fear, my life, my very essence. My vision began to blur, the world spinning. I felt my strength draining away, not just from a wound, but from the sheer terror, from the oppressive presence of this thing and the countless dead around us. I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. The cold breath on my face intensified, and I felt the brush of its sharp, cold touch against my throat. Then a sudden, piercing shriek echoed through the forest, not from me, but from somewhere far off. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated agony, and it seemed to tear through the oppressive silence, through the creature's hold. The creature stiffened, its grip on me momentarily loosening. Its head snapped up, its yellow eyes narrowing, looking past me into the deeper woods. The whispers of the dead around me seemed to falter, to quiet. Another shriek, closer this time, followed by a crashing sound in the underbrush. For a split second, the creature's attention was diverted. It was a small window, barely a heartbeat, but it was all I needed. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I ripped myself free from its loosening grasp, stumbled backward, and without thinking, turned and ran. I did not look back. I did not care what was making those other sounds, what new horror was unfolding. All I knew was that I had a chance, however slim, to escape. I ran blindly, crashing through the dense woods, the sounds of the creature's frustrated hiss and the renewed, mournful whispers of the dead echoing behind me. The metallic tang still clung to me, but it was receding, replaced by the fresh, damp smell of the forest floor. I do not know if I truly escaped, or if the creature simply decided to pursue the new, screaming prey. All I know is that I ran until my legs gave out, until I collapsed in a heap, gasping for breath, miles away from that cursed graveyard. I lay there for a long time, shaking, crying, my shoulder throbbing with pain. The forest was silent again, but it was a different silence now, a less oppressive one. The metallic tang was gone, but I knew what lay hidden in Blackwood National Forest. I knew about the forgotten graveyard and the names of those who never should have died yet. And I knew about the thing that guarded it, the thing that fed on the young, on the unwary, on the lost. I eventually found my way out of the forest, stumbling onto a dirt road hours later, a bloody, disheveled mess. I never looked back. I never went back. But sometimes, when the night is silent and the air is still, I can almost smell that coppery tang. And in the darkest corners of my mind, I still see them. Two sickly yellow pinpricks of light, staring, always staring. And I hear the whispers, faint but persistent, from those who were taken too soon. They never truly left Blackwood National Forest. And I fear a part of me never did either. The memory of Blackwood National Forest was a festering wound, a phantom limb that throbbed with every shadow, every unexpected sound. It had been months since I had fled that place, since those unwavering yellow eyes and the skeletal creature with its raking talons had chased me out of the wilderness and back into a world I no longer recognized. I would tried therapy, tried medication, tried just about everything to silence the whispers of the dead and the chilling image of Isabella Wright's headstone, but nothing worked. A part of me, the part that had seen the true face of hunger in the ancient woods, never truly left. I was a wreck, jumpy, prone to nightmares that left me screaming into my pillow, reliving the chase, the metallic scent, the feeling of being prey. My friends, bless their patient hearts, tried their best to help. Mark, my oldest buddy, a solid, no-nonsense kind of guy, suggested a change of scenery. You need to get out, man, he would said, away from the city, away from everything that reminds you of He never said Blackwood, but we both knew. Sarah, our quiet, artistic friend, agreed, adding, maybe a different kind of nature, something less intense. Open spaces, maybe. That is how we ended up planning a camping trip to the Grand Teton National Park, a place known for its majestic mountains, pristine lakes, and wide open vistas. The idea was to hike, fish, and just breathe air that did not feel heavy with forgotten horrors. It was supposed to be a reset, a way to reclaim some semblance of normalcy. Mark, Sarah, and Chloe, our perpetually optimistic and slightly scatterbrained friend, were all in. I was hesitant. Every tree, every rustle, every shadow now held the potential for something ancient and hungry. But the alternative, staying cooped up in my apartment, watching the walls close in, was worse. So we packed up Mark's beat-up SUV, loaded with tents, sleeping bags, coolers, and enough bug spray to repel an army of mosquitoes. The drive itself was a bomb, the scenery gradually shifting from urban sprawl to rolling hills, and finally to the breathtaking, jagged peaks of the Tetons. For a while, the familiar camaraderie, the bad jokes, and Chloe's off-key singing almost made me forget. Almost. Our campsite was nestled in a relatively secluded area near Jenny Lake, surrounded by towering pines that, thankfully, did not feel quite as old or malevolent as the ones in Blackwood. We set up our tents, built a fire, and spent the first day hiking a relatively easy trail, marveling at the crystal clear water and the sheer scale of the mountains. It was beautiful, truly. I even managed to crack a few smiles, and the knot in my stomach loosened a fraction. That night, as the stars blazed overhead in a way you never see in the city, we sat around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. It felt safe. For the first time in months, I felt a flicker of hope that I might actually be able to move past what I would endured. Then the fog rolled in. It was not a sudden, dramatic wall of mist, but a slow, creeping presence that began to obscure the distant tree-line just as we were finishing up for the night. Mark, ever the practical one, just shrugged. Mountain fog. Happens this time of year. Probably burn off by morning. But even as he said it, there was something off about this fog. It was not a uniform, ethereal blanket. It drifted in tendrils like smoke, but with a strange density to it, almost as if it had weight. It moved in ways that felt too deliberate, too focused. I watched a particularly thick plume snake its way around a cluster of aspen trees, curling and uncurling as if tasting the air. A shiver traced its way down my spine, a familiar cold dread that I would hoped I would left behind in Blackwood. That is a lot of fog, Sarah observed, pulling her fleece tighter around her. Her voice was quiet, a little unnerved. Chloe, ever the optimist, just laughed. Ooh, spooky. Perfect for ghost stories. She tried to lighten the mood, but even her voice held a slight tremor. We retreated to our tents, the fog now thick enough that the campfire was reduced to a hazy orange glow. I zipped myself into my sleeping bag, trying to dismiss my unease. It was just fog. Mountain fog. Nothing more. But as I lay there, listening to the muffled sounds of the forest, I could not shake the feeling that it was not just there it was watching. I kept seeing its edges shift, like a living thing breathing, expanding, contracting. I must have drifted off eventually, because I woke with a start to the sound of something brushing against my tent. My heart hammered against my ribs. I froze, every nerve ending screaming. It was a soft, dragging sound, like heavy fabric being pulled across the ground, but with an underlying wetness to it. I held my breath, listening. The fog outside was so thick it seemed to press against the tent fabric, making the interior feel claustrophobic. Then I heard it again, closer this time. A low, guttural sigh, almost like a whisper, but too deep, too resonant to be human. It seemed to come from directly outside my tent. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to rationalize it. An animal, maybe. A deer, a bear, something just passing by. But the sound was not animalistic in any way I recognized. It was breath. A cold, vast breath. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, rigid with fear, until the sound slowly receded, swallowed by the oppressive silence of the fog. When I finally dared to open my eyes, the first hint of dawn was bleeding through the tent fabric, painting the world in shades of gray. I waited until I heard Mark stirring in his tent before I dared to unzip mine. The fog was still there, a dense, swirling soup that reduced visibility to mere feet. The campsite was a ghostly tableau, the other tents barely visible through the swirling gray. The air was heavy, damp, and held a peculiar, acrid scent I could not quite place, like ozone mixed with something metallic, almost like blood. My blood ran cold. That metallic scent, it was the same one I would smelled in Blackwood. Mark emerged from his tent, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "Man, this fog is no joke," he grumbled, his voice sounding oddly muted by the dense air. "Can't see 5 feet in front of me. Did you hear anything last night?" I asked, my voice coming out hoarse. He frowned, looking at me. "Hear what?" "Just the usual forest noises, maybe a few crickets." "Why?" I hesitated. Telling him about the Blackwood experience had been hard enough telling him I thought the fog was breathing would just solidify his belief that I was losing my mind. "Nothing." I lied, "Just the fog feels weird." He just shrugged. "It is just fog, dude. You are still a little jumpy from everything. Give it time." We tried to get breakfast going, but the fog made everything difficult. It seemed to absorb the heat from our small stove, and the simple act of finding the coffee grounds became a mini expedition. Chloe and Sarah had not emerged yet. "Hey, Chloe, Sarah, you guys up?" Mark called out, his voice echoing strangely in the thick air. No response. He called again, louder this time. Still nothing. A prickle of unease started to spread through me. Chloe was usually the first one up, bouncing around with an infectious energy. Sarah, while quieter, was always awake by now. Mark walked over to Chloe's tent, which was pitched about 20 feet from ours. I followed, my heart beginning to quicken. The fog swirled around us, parting reluctantly as we moved, then closing in again, making it feel like the world was constantly reforming itself around us. He unzipped her tent flap. "Chloe, you in there?" He peered inside, then froze. "That is weird." I looked over his shoulder. The tent was empty. Her sleeping bag was unzipped and tossed aside, but her backpack, her shoes, even her phone were still there. It looked like she would just stepped out for a moment. But where would she go in this pea soup fog? Maybe she went to the bathroom, I suggested, trying to sound rational, even as a cold knot formed in my stomach. The communal outhouse was a short walk away, but still in this fog, it seemed unlikely she would go without her phone, or at least her headlamp. Mark's brow was furrowed. Without her shoes. And her phone. Chloe never goes anywhere without her phone. We moved to Sarah's tent. Same thing. Empty. Her sleeping bag was neatly folded, her book resting on top of it. Her glasses were on her makeshift nightstand, next to a half-empty water bottle. She had not even taken her glasses. Panic began to bubble up, hot and acrid. This was not right. This was not just mountain fog. This was too similar to the inexplicable disappearances I would heard about. The ones whispered in hushed tones around campfires. Stories I would always dismiss as urban legends. "Okay, do not panic," Mark said, though his voice was strained. "They probably just went for a short walk, maybe to get some water from the lake. The fog probably rolled in faster than they expected, and they are just waiting for it to clear." But his eyes met mine, and I saw the same fear reflected there. He knew, as I did, that something was terribly wrong. "We need to find them," I said, pulling out my phone. No signal. Of course. We were deep in the park. "We will stick together," Mark said, grabbing his small axe from the firewood pile, more for utility than defense, but it was something. "We will call out their names. They can't be far." We started walking, our voices echoing into the gray void. "Chloe, Sarah, can you hear us?" The fog seemed to swallow our cries, muffling them, twisting them. It felt heavy, almost solid, as if we were walking through water. And it continued to move in that unsettling, deliberate way, parting just enough for us to take a few steps, then closing in behind us, erasing our path. It felt like a living, breathing entity, constantly shifting, always surrounding us. I kept my eyes peeled, straining to see anything beyond the immediate few feet. The trees loomed like indistinct giants, their forms distorted by the mist. The metallic scent was stronger now, making my throat feel tight. Then I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible rustling, not from the trees, but from the fog itself. It sounded like something dragging, something heavy being pulled across the damp earth. It was the same sound I would heard outside my tent. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to Mark. He stopped, his head cocked. "Hear what?" "That dragging sound." And a whisper. He shook his head. "No, man, just the wind through the trees." But there was no wind. The air was utterly still, heavy and silent, save for our own breathing and the occasional drip of moisture from the leaves. We kept walking, calling out. The minutes stretched into an eternity. My sense of direction was completely gone. Every tree looked the same, every patch of ground felt identical. It was like walking through a dream or a nightmare. Suddenly, Mark stopped dead. "What the hell is that?" I followed his gaze. Through a momentary thinning of the fog, I saw it, a faint shimmering outline, like heat rising from asphalt, but it was too cold for heat. It seemed to pulse, to breathe, shifting its form. It was translucent, almost invisible, yet undeniably there, directly in our path. "It is the fog," I whispered, a chilling realization dawning on me. "It is doing this." The shimmering outline began to move, not drifting with the air, but purposefully, like a predator stalking its prey. It flowed, reformed, and then impossibly, it seemed to coalesce. For a split second, I thought I saw a form within it, something tall, indistinct, but undeniably solid. Two pinpricks of light, like distant stars, seemed to glow from within the swirling mass, fixed on us. A primal scream tore through my throat. I did not know what I was looking at, but every instinct in my body screamed danger. Mark, startled by my cry, swung his axe instinctively at the shimmering mass. The axe passed through it as if it were nothing but air, but as it did, the fog around the point of impact seemed to recoil, a ripple spreading through its dense form. Then it surged forward, faster than anything so formless should be able to move. It wrapped around Mark, a cold, suffocating embrace. He gasped, dropping the axe, his hands flailing. I saw his face, contorted in terror, his mouth open in a silent scream. The metallic scent intensified, choking me. The pinpricks of light within the fog seemed to glow brighter, fixing on Mark. "Mark!" I yelled, reaching out, but I could not touch him. The fog was too thick, too dense, a living wall between us. I heard a wet, tearing sound, a sickening slurp, and then nothing. Mark was gone. One moment he was there, struggling, and the next, the fog simply swallowed him whole. There was no body, no sound, no trace. Just the swirling, oppressive gray, and the lingering, awful metallic tang in the air. I stood there, paralyzed, my mind reeling. This was not just fog. It was a hunter, a devourer. It had taken Chloe, it had taken Sarah, and now it had taken Mark. And I was next. The realization snapped me out of my stupor. I turned and ran blindly, fueled by a terror far greater than anything I would experienced in Blackwood. The creature there had been solid, tangible, something I could run from. This was everywhere, an omnipresent horror that could simply absorb you. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs screamed in protest. The fog seemed to flow around me, sometimes receding, sometimes closing in, playing with me, hurting me. I could feel its cold, damp breath on my neck, hear the faint, guttural whispers that seemed to emanate from all sides. It was not speaking words, but a language of pure hunger, a low, constant hum that vibrated in my bones. I stumbled over a root, falling hard to my knees. My hand scraped against the damp earth, stinging. I pushed myself up, desperate, looking for any landmark, any sign of an escape. But there was nothing but the endless, swirling gray. As I struggled to regain my footing, I saw it again. The shimmering outline, closer this time, directly in front of me. The two pinpricks of light glowed with a malevolent intensity, like eyes. And within the swirling depths, I saw faint, fleeting shapes. Not solid forms, but impressions, echoes of what it had consumed. A hand reaching out. A face contorted in silent agony. A flash of Chloe's bright yellow jacket. Mark's terrified eyes. It was a larder, just like Blackwood. But instead of a graveyard of bones, this thing held its victims within its very essence, trapping them in an eternal, horrifying limbo. I screamed, a raw, animalistic sound that tore through the silence. I scrambled backward, away from the shimmering thing, away from the ghostly impressions of my friends. Then, through the oppressive gray, I saw something. A break in the fog, a faint glimmer of sunlight. It was incredibly distant, almost an illusion, but it was there. Hope, a desperate, fragile thing, surged through me. I ran towards it, not caring about direction, not caring about anything but that distant light. The fog seemed to resent my attempt to escape. It surged around me, trying to trip me, to slow me down. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, a cacophony of hungry sighs and phantom pleas. I could feel its cold tendrils brushing against my skin, trying to hold me back, to pull me into its depths. I pushed through, fueled by pure adrenaline and the primal urge to survive. My vision blurred, my head swam. I could hear the faint, dragging sound behind me, getting closer, faster. It was pursuing me, actively. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I burst through the last wall of fog, gasping for air, collapsing onto clear, sun-drenched ground. The world outside the fog was vibrant, alive, almost painfully bright. I scrambled to my feet, turning to look back. The fog stood at the edge of the clearing, a solid, impenetrable wall of gray, like a living entity, observing me. It had not dissipated, it had simply stopped, held back by an invisible boundary. It pulsed, shifted, and for a moment, I thought I saw the shimmering outline, the pinprick eyes, watching me from within its depths. It was like a vast, hungry beast waiting patiently, biding its time. I did not stop to think. I just ran. I ran until I found a park ranger station, until I collapsed, sobbing and incoherent, into the arms of a bewildered ranger. My story, naturally, was met with skepticism. They launched a search and rescue operation, but they found nothing. No tents, no camping gear, no trace of my friends. The area where our campsite had been was just empty forest. The fog, they said, had lifted completely by mid-morning. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know what took my friends. To this day, the memory of that crawling fog is more vivid, more terrifying than anything I experienced in Blackwood. The creature there was a monster, but it was a monster with a form, a discernible threat. The fog was everywhere and nowhere. It was the air itself, turned malicious. It was a devourer of souls, a living, breathing entity that simply absorbed you, leaving no trace. I still have nightmares, of course, but now they are different. I dream of thick, gray walls closing in. I dream of the metallic scent of the cold, vast breath. I dream of the pinprick eyes glowing from within the swirling mist, and the faint, ghostly impressions of my friends, forever trapped within its depths. I never went camping again. I avoid misty mornings, and the sight of fog rolling in over a distant landscape sends a cold, paralyzing terror through me. I know it is out there, waiting. It is not just mountain fog. It is a sentient hunger, an ancient evil that lurks in the quiet places, waiting for the unwary. And sometimes, when the air is still and the world is silent, I swear I can still hear its low, guttural whisper, calling to me from the edges of the world, reminding me that a part of me, the part that saw its true, horrifying nature, never truly escaped. It just got away. For now. The sunlight hit me like a physical blow, blinding and almost painful after the suffocating gray. I stumbled, gasping, my lungs burning, the taste of metallic fear still thick in my throat. Behind me, the fog writhed at the edge of the clearing, a living, hungry wall of mist, churning and boiling as if in silent rage. It hissed, a sound like steam escaping a pressure cooker, but it did not cross the invisible line. It just waited. My legs gave out, and I collapsed onto the rough ground, my entire body shaking uncontrollably. Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging, blurring the edges of the vibrant green trees and the impossibly blue sky above. Mark, Sarah, Chloe, gone. Just like that. Swallowed by that thing. The images flashed behind my eyes, Mark's desperate struggle, the sickening slurp, the translucent forms of my friends, forever trapped, their ghostly impressions flickering within the mist like moths caught in a spider's web. Blackwood, Grand Teton. It was happening again. Or maybe it was still happening. The yellow eyes, the skeletal creature, the metallic scent. It was not just a place, it was a curse. A malevolent presence that had found me, followed me, and was systematically tearing my life apart. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, curled in a fetal position, my heart hammering against my ribs, each beat a painful reminder that I was still alive, still alone. The sun was warm on my skin, a stark contrast to the cold dread that permeated my very being. Slowly, agonizingly, I pushed myself up. My clothes were torn, my hands scraped and bleeding, and my entire body ached from the desperate flight. I looked back at the fog. It was still there, a patient predator, waiting for me to make a mistake, to step back into its domain. There was no going back that way. My friends were gone. My only option was forward. I did not know where I was. Grand Teton was a vast park, and I had been running blind, through dense forest, up and down hills. I had no gear, no water, no food, just the clothes on my back, and a mind teetering on the brink of sanity. I started walking, putting one foot in front of the other, my eyes constantly darting around, expecting another horror to emerge from the shadows. The forest here was different from the one I would fled moments before. The trees were taller, older, with a denser undergrowth that felt ancient and untamed. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, creating shifting patterns on the forest floor. But even the beauty felt sinister, a thin veil over something terrible. Hours passed. My throat was raw, my stomach growled with hunger, and my legs felt like lead. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, sent a jolt of pure terror through me. I kept moving, driven by a primal need to survive, to escape the lingering presence of the fog, and whatever else this cursed wilderness held. Just as the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, I saw something. A faint, almost imperceptible trail, barely more than a deer path, snaking through the trees. It was a sign of human presence, no matter how old or infrequent. Hope, a fragile, trembling thing, flickered within me. I followed the path, my steps faltering, my vision blurring with exhaustion. The air grew cooler, and the shadows lengthened, turning the forest into a labyrinth of deepening gloom. I knew I could not spend another night exposed in the open. The thought of those yellow eyes, or the skeletal creature, or the swirling mist finding me again, was enough to keep me pushing forward. Then I heard it. It was faint at first, barely a whisper on the wind, like the distant cry of a bird. But it was not a bird. It was too sustained, too mournful. As I walked further, the sound grew stronger, a high-pitched wail that seemed to vibrate through the very air. It was a sound I could not place, something alien and deeply unsettling. Not an animal, not the wind. It was too raw. My scalp prickled. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to run in the opposite direction, but my legs were too tired. And besides, where would I go? Back to the fog. Back to the unknown horrors I would already faced. The path led this way, and the sound, whatever it was coming from ahead. The path began to descend, winding down a gentle slope. The trees thinned slightly, and I caught a glimpse of something dark through the foliage. Water. A lake. As I got closer, the sound intensified, no longer a wail, but something more complex, more guttural. It was a chorus of sound, a cacophony of sorrow and pain. And then, as I broke through the last line of trees and stood at the edge of a large, dark lake, I heard it clearly. It was screaming. The lake was screaming. Not like wind howling over water or waves crashing against a shore. This was a chorus of human voices, distorted and amplified, rising from the inky depths of the water itself. High-pitched shrieks, low moans, desperate pleas, choked sobs, all woven into a single, agonizing scream that echoed across the water and bounced off the surrounding mountains. My blood ran cold. My mind, already frayed, threatened to snap. This was not possible. Lakes do not scream. But the sound was undeniable, a chilling symphony of pure terror. The water itself looked black, reflecting the last slivers of twilight, but it seemed to shimmer with an unnatural energy, a restless, churning darkness. I backed away slowly, my eyes wide, scanning the shoreline. There was an old, dilapidated cabin nestled among the pines a little further down, its windows dark, its porch sagging. A faint wisp of smoke curled from its chimney, almost invisible against the twilight sky. Someone was here. Someone lived here. Against my better judgment, drawn by the desperate need for shelter and the slim possibility of answers, I cautiously approached the cabin. The screams from the lake seemed to follow me, twisting and turning, as if trying to grasp at me with their invisible tendrils. The cabin was small, rustic, and looked like it had been there for a century. As I got closer, I saw an old man sitting on the porch, whittling a piece of wood. He was ancient, his face a road map of wrinkles, his eyes a startlingly clear blue that seemed to hold a profound weariness. He did not look up immediately, just kept carving, the rhythmic scrape of his knife against what a strangely calming sound amidst the lake's tortured cries. "Excuse me," I croaked, my voice hoarse. The old man slowly lifted his head, his gaze settling on me. He did not seem surprised to see me, did not even flinch at my disheveled appearance. His eyes just held that deep, ancient sadness. "Lost are you," he said, his voice raspy, like dry leaves skittering across pavement. Yes, I managed. My friends and I were camping. There was a fog. They are gone. I do not know where I am. He nodded slowly, as if this was a story he would heard many times before. The fog. It comes and goes, takes what it wants. He gestured vaguely towards the lake, like the lake takes what it wants. My gaze flickered to the black water, where the screams continued, a relentless auditory assault. What is that sound? I asked, barely a whisper. The old man sighed, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of decades. That, child, is what we call the screaming lake, or sometimes the lake of lamentations. He paused, looking directly at me. Those are the voices of the drowned. All of them. Every soul this lake has ever claimed. My stomach churned. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. The drowned. But how? This lake, he began, his voice taking on a distant, storytelling quality. It is old. Older than these mountains, some say. And it is hungry. Always has been. People used to live around here, a small logging community, a mining camp. But the lake, it calls to them, whispers to them, drives them to its embrace. He looked back at his whittling, his knife moving with practiced ease. Accidents, they would say. A slip on the rocks, a boat capsizing in a sudden storm. But I saw it. My father saw it. His father before him. The lake, it pulls them in. And once it has them, it never lets them go. Their voices, their last moments of terror and regret, they are trapped in its depths, echoing forever. I shivered, despite the relative warmth of the evening. You live here, right next to it. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Someone has to. Keep an eye on things. Warn the foolish. Not that it does much good. He finally finished his carving, revealing a small, intricately detailed bird. He held it out to me. Here, a small comfort. I took the bird, my fingers brushing against his calloused hand. The wood was smooth, warm. Thank you. You can stay in the spare room, he offered, gesturing inside the cabin. But do not go near the water at night. The calls, they get stronger, more persuasive, more personal. I nodded numbly, too exhausted and terrified to argue. The cabin, despite its age, felt like a sanctuary compared to the horrors outside. Inside, the cabin was simple but clean. A small living area with a stone fireplace, a kitchen, and 2 small bedrooms. The air was thick with the scent of pine and wood smoke. The old man, whose name he told me was Silas, showed me to a tiny room with a cot and a worn blanket. Sleep if you can, he said, his voice softer now. You have seen too much for one day. I lay on the cot, listening to the relentless screams from the lake. They were muffled by the cabin walls, but still distinct, a constant background hum of agony. Sleep was a distant dream. My mind replayed the events of the day, the fog, Mark's disappearance, the translucent forms of my friends, and now this, a lake that wept with the voices of the dead. It was too much. It was all too much. I must have drifted off eventually, because I woke with a jolt, my heart pounding. The cabin was dark, silent except for the crackling of embers in the fireplace. And then I heard it. The screams from the lake had changed. They were no longer a distant, generalized wail. Now they were closer, clearer, and I could make out individual voices. Whispers. Help me. It is so cold. Do not go in. And then a voice that made my blood run to ice. Chloe. Sarah. Mark. It was my own voice. Or rather, a distorted, echoing version of my own voice, calling out the names of my lost friends. The lake was mimicking me. It was using my own pain against me. I scrambled off the cot, my legs trembling. I had to get away from the window. I had to block out the sound. But the voices seemed to seep through the very walls, whispering directly into my mind. They are here with us, a chorus of voices hissed. Come find them. They are waiting. I stumbled into the main room, where Silas, was sitting by the fireplace, stoking the embers. He looked up, his ancient eyes piercing the gloom. "They are calling to you now, are not they?" he said, his voice calm, resigned. I could only nod, tears welling in my eyes. It is using my friends' names. It is using my own voice. The lake is clever. Silas said, "It learns. It knows your fears, your desires. It preys on your grief. It wants you to join them. It wants another voice for its chorus." I can't stay here," I whispered, my voice thick with desperation. "I have to leave." Silas looked at me, a flicker of something akin to pity in his eyes. "There is nowhere to go, child. Not tonight. The forest is dark, and the lake's reach extends further than you think. Its whispers follow you, even in the deepest woods. Better to face it here, with a roof over your head, than out there in the dark." He was right. I was exhausted, terrified, and utterly lost. The thought of venturing back into the blackness of the forest, with the screams echoing behind me, was unbearable. I sank onto a wooden chair near the fire, pulling my knees to my chest, trying to make myself as small as possible. The night wore on, a relentless symphony of despair. The voices from the lake grew bolder, more distinct. I heard snippets of conversations, fragments of lives. A child crying for its mother. A man cursing his fate. A woman singing a lullaby, her voice breaking with sorrow. Each sound was a punch to the gut, a testament to the unimaginable suffering trapped within that dark water. And then, I heard them. "It is cold, my name so cold." That was Sarah's voice. Soft, a little scared, just like she would have been when the fog first rolled in. "Why did you leave us?" Mark's voice accusatory, filled with a pain that ripped through me. "Come back to us, we miss you." Chloe's voice, sweet and pleading, the one that used to make me laugh. My breath hitched in my throat. This was no mimicry. This was them. Or at least their essence, their anguish, trapped and weaponized by the lake. My friends were in there. Their voices were part of that agonizing chorus. I clamped my hands over my ears, squeezing my eyes shut, rocking back and forth. "No, no, no." I chanted a desperate mantra. It is not real. It is not them. But it felt so real. The grief, the guilt, the desperate longing to see them again, even just to hear their voices one last time, threatened to overwhelm me. The lake knew. It knew my deepest wounds, and it was twisting the knife with cruel precision. Silas remained silent, watching me with those ancient, weary eyes. He did not offer comfort, just presence, a silent acknowledgement of the horror I was experiencing. He had seen it all before. I spent the rest of the night in a torment of sound and memory. Every time I thought I could block it out, a new voice, a new plea, a new accusation would pierce through my defenses. I saw their faces behind my eyelids, their smiles, their laughter, and then their terror as the fog consumed them. When the first slivers of dawn finally appeared, painting the sky in soft hues of gray and pink, the screams began to recede. They did not stop entirely, but they softened, becoming a low, mournful hum, like a distant, broken record. The lake, bathed in the growing light, still looked dark and ominous, but the immediate, soul-shattering intensity of the night was gone. I felt like I had not slept in a year. My eyes were bloodshot, my body stiff and aching, and my mind felt like a shattered mosaic. "You survived the night," Silas said, his voice surprisingly gentle. "Most do not, once the lake sets its sights on them." How do you live with it?" I asked, my voice raw. He shrugged, a slow, deliberate movement. "You learn to, or you leave, or you join them." He looked out at the lake. "It is a part of this place, a part of me, now." I knew I could not stay. Even if the sun brought a temporary respite, the thought of enduring another night of the lake's torment, of hearing my friends' trapped voices, was unbearable. I had to find a way out of this cursed place. But where? The fog was behind me, the lake was beside me, and the vast, unknown wilderness stretched out ahead. I need to go, I said, standing up, my legs still shaky. Silas nodded. I understand, but be careful. The lake's influence lingers, and other things reside in these woods. He paused, his gaze hardening slightly. That fog you spoke of, it is not from here. It is something else, something that brings its own kind of terror. He was right. The fog felt different, more alien, more predatory than the ancient, sorrowful presence of a lake. Thank you, Silas, I said, genuinely grateful for his quiet hospitality and his grim wisdom. He merely nodded, then went back to stoking his fire, his back to me. I stepped out of the cabin, the morning air crisp and cold. The lake was still there, a dark, brooding presence, its muted wails a constant reminder of the horrors it held. I could not look at it directly. I knew I had to put as much distance between myself and that screaming water as possible. I walked back along the path I would follow the previous evening, my eyes scanning for any sign of a more established trail, any indication of civilization. The forest was eerily quiet in the morning light, only the chirping of birds breaking the silence. But even that felt fragile, easily shattered. I walked for hours, fueled by adrenaline and a desperate hope. My water bottle was empty, and hunger gnawed at my stomach, but the thought of stopping, of resting, was terrifying. I could not shake the feeling that the lake's whispers were still in my head, a faint echo, just beyond the edge of hearing. Mid-morning, I stumbled upon a clearer path, wider and more defined, obviously used by park rangers or hikers. A signpost, weathered and covered in moss, pointed in two directions. One read Lost Creek Trail 12 miles, and the other, Ranger Station 8 miles. Ranger Station. Hope surged through me, a powerful, almost intoxicating wave. 8 miles. I could make that. I had to make that. I picked up my pace, pushing through the pain and exhaustion. Every step was a struggle, but the thought of reaching safety, of telling someone what I would seen, what I would experience, kept me going. But the forest was not done with me yet. As I walked, a new sound began to filter through the trees. A low, rhythmic thrumming, like a distant heartbeat. It grew steadily louder, accompanied by a faint, metallic tang in the air. My blood ran cold. The metallic scent. It was the same one from Blackwood, the same one that had accompanied the fog in Grand Teton. Panic seized me. I looked around wildly. The trees seemed to press in closer, their shadows deepening. The thrumming grew louder, more insistent, vibrating through the ground beneath my feet. And then I saw it. Through a gap in the trees, a shimmering, almost invisible ripple in the air. It was the fog. Not a thick, all-encompassing blanket, but a tendril, a ghostly wisp, snaking its way through the forest, moving with a predatory intelligence. It was following me. It had found me again. My heart leaped into my throat. The creature, the entity that had taken my friends, was back, and it was coming for me. I ran. I did not think. I just ran, my legs pumping, my lungs burning. The ranger station was 8 miles away. The fog was an unknown distance behind me, but it was fast. It was always fast. The thrumming intensified, a frantic drumbeat of impending doom. I could feel its cold tendrils reaching, sensing, chasing me. I burst through the undergrowth, ignoring the scratches and scrapes, my eyes fixed on the path ahead. And then I heard another sound, cutting through the thrumming of the fog, cutting through the pounding of my own heart. A scream. A single, piercing, human scream. It was not from the lake. It was from a forest, directly ahead of me, on the path to the ranger station. I skidded to a halt, my breath ragged. What now? Was it another victim? Or was it a trap? The fog was closer now. I could feel the temperature drop behind me, hear the faint, wet dragging sound I remembered so vividly. I was caught between two horrors. My mind raced. The scream. It had been so clear, so full of terror. If someone was out there, they needed help. Or maybe it was a ranger. Someone who could actually do something. Against every instinct of self-preservation, I started moving toward the scream, cautiously at first, then with renewed urgency. The metallic scent was overwhelming now, mixing with a coppery smell I recognized as blood. I rounded a bend in the path and stopped dead. Before me, the path opened into a small clearing. And in the center of that clearing, sprawled on the ground, was a man in a park ranger uniform. His eyes were wide and unseeing, staring up at the sky. A gaping, jagged wound marred his chest, and a pool of dark blood stained the earth around him. Hovering over him, its form shifting and swirling, was a translucent, shimmering entity. It was the fog, or a part of it, a condensed, more solid manifestation. It was feeding. A low, guttural sigh emanated from the entity, a sound of grotesque satisfaction. It was larger now, denser, its form taking on a vaguely humanoid shape, though still indistinct, like a being made of swirling smoke and moonlight. It turned its head slowly, its featureless face swiveling towards me. I felt a chill that went deeper than my bones, a cold hand squeezing my heart. It had seen me. I did not wait. I spun around, intending to run back, to try and skirt around the clearing, but another tendril of the fog, thicker and more opaque, had already moved in behind me, blocking my escape. I was trapped. The entity in the clearing began to glide towards me, its movements fluid and unnatural. The thrumming intensified, vibrating through my very soul. I could feel its immense, ancient hunger, its cold, calculating intelligence. This was not just a monster. It was a predator of souls, an entity that fed on fear and life itself. It had taken my friends, and now it had found me again. I backed away slowly, my hands up in a futile gesture of defense. My eyes darted around, searching for any escape, any weapon, anything. But there was nothing, just the dense, indifferent forest and the encroaching, hungry mist. As it drew closer, I saw fleeting images within its swirling depths. Not just my friends, but countless others. Faces twisted in agony, hands reaching out in silent pleas. The ranger, his eyes still fixed on nothing, was now part of that ghostly tableau. The fog extended a translucent, arm-like appendage towards me. I felt a profound coldness, a sense of absolute despair washing over me, threatening to drag me down into the abyss of its hunger. It was trying to consume my will, to break me before it even touched me. But then a memory flashed in my mind. Silas's words. The lake's influence lingers. And the screams. The never-ending, agonizing screams of the drowned. A sudden, desperate idea sparked in my mind. The lake. The screaming lake. It was a place of immense, ancient power, a repository of suffering. Could it be a deterrent? Could one horror fight another? It was a long shot, a desperate gamble, but I had nothing else. With a primal scream of my own, born of pure terror and a sliver of desperate hope, I turned and ran, not away from the fog, but towards where I knew the lake lay. I ignored the tendrils that lashed at my back, the cold that bit into my skin. I ignored the whispers of the entity, trying to break my resolve. I ran with everything I had left, my legs burning, my lungs screaming. The thrumming of the fog was right behind me, a relentless, terrifying presence. But as I ran, I began to hear another sound, a familiar, agonizing sound, growing louder with every frantic step. The screams of the screaming lake. They were muted by the distance, but they were there, a chorus of despair rising from the depths. And as I ran closer, the thrumming of the fog seemed to falter, to hesitate. I burst through the trees, skidding to a halt at the edge of the dark, brooding water. The lake, even in the daylight, looked like a gaping maw, a place of eternal torment. But for the first time, its horror felt like a potential shield, a terrible ally. Behind me, the fog stopped. It did not cross the invisible boundary. It churned and writhed, its translucent form flickering with what felt like frustration, like rage. It could not enter the lake's domain. The screams from the lake intensified, a furious, agonizing symphony, as if sensing the presence of another ancient evil, challenging its territory. And the fog, the consuming entity, pulsed and throbbed, its thrumming a low, frustrated growl. I stood there, trembling, caught between two nightmares. The fog, a malevolent, conscious entity of pure consumption, and the lake, an ancient, sorrowful prison of souls. One wanted to devour me, the other wanted to imprison my voice forever in its depths. The fog retreated slightly, its form still visible at the tree line, a patient, hungry observer. It knew I could not stay by the lake forever. It knew I was still trapped. I looked out at the dark water, the endless, agonizing screams, a constant reminder of my horrific choice. My friends' voices, I was sure, were still part of that chorus, just beneath the surface. I could not join them. I would not. But I also could not go back to the forest, not with that thing waiting. I was stranded, alone, at the edge of the screaming lake, with a hungry entity waiting in the woods, and a mind that felt like it was finally, irrevocably, breaking apart. The yellow eyes, the skeletal creature, the metallic scent, the fog, the screaming lake, it was all connected. And I was at the center of it, a pawn in a game I did not understand, surrounded by horrors that defied comprehension. My journey had taken me from one nightmare to another, each worse than the last. And as the sun began its slow descent once more, casting long, dark shadows across the lake, I knew that the night would bring new terrors, and the screams would rise again, louder, more personal, more desperate than ever before. And this time, I had nowhere left to run. The air tasted like rust and ozone, and my lungs burned with every ragged breath. I was trapped, pinned between the screaming lake, its chorus of stolen voices clawing at my sanity, and the hungry, shapeless fog that had consumed my friends and a park ranger. My mind was a shattered mirror, reflecting only terror and grief. Night gave way to a bruised dawn, painting the sky in sickly purples and grays. As the first weak rays of sun pierced the tree line, the fog, that malevolent entity, seemed to recoil. It did not vanish entirely, but its dense, suffocating wall at the lake's edge thinned, pulling back like a tide, exposing a treacherous shore. A sliver of hope, sharp and dangerous, pierced through my despair. This was my chance. My legs, leaden with exhaustion and fear, protested, but the primal urge to survive overrode everything. I scrambled away from the lake, ignoring the whispers that still clung to the air, ignoring the phantom touch of Chloe's hand on my arm, the faint echo of Mark's laugh. I plunged back into the forest, not towards any destination, but simply away. Away from the lake, away from the lingering tendrils of the fog, away from the screaming voices and the crushing guilt. The next day was a blur of frantic movement, fueled by adrenaline and the last scraps of a granola bar I would found in my pack. My throat was raw, my eyes gritty, and every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent jolts of pure terror through me. I hallucinated, seeing Mark's face in the dappled light, hearing Sarah's distant call. I talked to myself, whispered apologies to the empty air, trying to bargain with an unseen entity for my own life. I was utterly, irrevocably alone. Or so I thought. Late in the afternoon, as the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in fiery oranges, I heard them. Voices. Not the ethereal, tormenting whispers of the lake, nor the guttural gurgle of the fog, but human voices. My first instinct was to hide. The fog had taken a park ranger. What if it was mimicking humans now, luring me in? But the desperate, gnawing loneliness, the craving for another living soul, overwhelmed my paranoia. I stumbled toward the sound, pushing through thick underbrush, my heart hammering against my ribs. I found them by a small, gurgling stream, two people, a man and a woman, packing up their gear. They looked up, startled, as I burst into the clearing, a disheveled, wild-eyed wreck. My clothes were torn, my face smudged with dirt and tears, and my hair was a tangled mess. I must have looked like a wild animal. The man, tall with a close-cropped beard and kind eyes, was the first to speak. "Whoa there. Are you all right?" I tried to speak, but only a dry croak emerged. The woman, smaller with a bright red bandana keeping her hair back, quickly offered me a water bottle. "Here, drink this. Take it easy." I practically snatched it, gulping the cool water down greedily. It was the best thing I would ever tasted. Lost. I managed to choke out, my voice raw. Separated from my group. I could not bring myself to tell them the truth, not about the fog, not about the lake, not about my friends. They would think I was crazy, or worse, they would panic and leave me. I just needed to be with other people, to feel safe for a moment. Their names were Liam and Maya. They were experienced hikers, though they admitted they would taken a less traveled route and were a bit off course themselves, trying to find a shortcut to a remote viewpoint they would heard about. They were wary of me. I could tell, but my obvious distress, coupled with the fact that I was not carrying much gear, seemed to elicit their sympathy. They shared some food and, after a hesitant discussion, agreed to let me tag along. They were heading generally south, and I figured anywhere was better than where I would been. For the next day, I clung to them like a burr. I tried to contribute, helping with camp setup and gathering firewood, but my mind was still a battlefield. I flinched at every sudden noise, scanned the tree line constantly for any sign of the fog, and struggled to make coherent conversation. Liam and Maya were patient, though Maya would often cast worried glances my way. I told them a vague story about my friends having gone ahead, and me getting turned around in a sudden patch of mist. It was a flimsy lie, but they did not press. They probably just thought I was in shock. We pushed deeper into the wilderness, following what Liam believed was a faint game trail that would eventually link up with a more established path. The landscape shifted subtly. The towering, majestic peaks of the Tetons receded slightly, replaced by denser, older growth forests. The air grew heavy, damp, and the light filtering through the thick canopy took on a greenish, watery hue. It felt ancient, untouched, and unsettling. "Are you sure this is the right way, Liam?" Maya asked, her voice a little strained as she navigated around a fallen, moss-covered log. "This does not feel right. The map said the trail was more open here." Liam consulted his GPS, frowning. "It should be. We are just cutting through a particularly dense section. We will pop out onto the ridge soon. I promise." He tried to sound confident, but I saw the slight furrow in his brow. We had been walking for hours, and the promised ridge seemed no closer. The trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining overhead, creating a perpetual twilight. The ground underfoot became spongy, covered in a thick carpet of decaying leaves and needles. There was an unnerving silence here, broken only by the crunch of our boots and the distant, unseen call of a bird. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. It was late afternoon when,